Call the meeting to order. Please rise for the pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Welcome to the July 6, 2021 Post Falls City Council meeting. Clerk will note all council members are present. Tonight, we do have a couple of announcements. The Post Falls Festival is this weekend, July 9th through 11th at Camellan Park. There will be food vendors, craft booths, live music, a beer garden, and a movie in the park. The parade will be Saturday, July 10th at 10 a.m. A full schedule of events is posted online at postfallsidaho.org. The Parks and Recreation Department is teaming up with the Post Falls Chamber to host the River City Market and Music Series. Wednesday evening, starting July 14th through August 11th, 4th Avenue will be transformed into a vendor market as well as live music playing at City Hall Plaza. The vendor market will be open 4 to 7:30 and live music starts at 6. This is a free event and open to the public. Also, Bill Melvin, our city engineer, shared this information with us. During recent construction activities, there became an apparent conflict with the location of one of the traffic signals being installed with a recent sanitary sewer that the city had constructed near 16th Avenue. The conflict was that the traffic signal foundation was directly on top of where the sanitary sewer line had been marked in the field. This was creating a major issue for the project in terms of potential delay and cost. The signal equipment had been ordered and delivered, and a redesign would have been quite expensive. This had created a lot of angst with the contractor, Idaho Department of Transportation, and Utilities. Rob Paulus and Jim Mulcahy took the time to review the construction drawings and go to the site trying to resolve the issue. After pulling the lid on one of the sanitary sewer manholes, they discovered that the main line had been mismarked in the field and the conflict did not exist. Their attention to detail, problem-solving approach, and legitimate concern helped move this critical project forward without delays, claims, and unnecessary costs from the issue. Their efforts to maintain a standard of professional care that is imperative within the engineering profession should be complimented. So Bill, thanks for sharing, and Rob and John, thanks for your effort on that. As we well know, anytime a change is made, it gets quite expensive, so thanks for your help. Are there any amendments to the agenda tonight?
There are none tonight, sir.
Any declarations of conflict or ex parte contacts?
I have one.
Steve.
I was contacted by Mr. Rick Gunther about an item on tonight's agenda. He left me a voicemail. I sent him a text back saying that not knowing what the item was and if it was a land use issue or a public hearing issue, that I could not respond to him. So I did direct him to contact our planning department with any questions that he might have. So I did not answer his voicemail. I just sent him a text saying I could not discuss any issues with him.
Thanks, Steve. Anyone else? Folks, tonight, I know they're here for a couple public hearings, but we have to change format a little bit tonight and do something a little bit different. We need to go to executive session first because there's an item coming forth on the agenda that we have to take action on, and we have to discuss it first in executive session. So it was posted on the agenda, but I just want to let you know that we are going to move into executive session. No longer than 20 minutes. We're hoping to shorten it up. So I apologize for the delay, but this is a step that we have to do in order to take action on another agenda item tonight. So with that,
I would move to enter into executive session pursuant to Idaho Code 74-2061A to consider hiring a public officer, employee, staff member, or individual agent, as well as Idaho Code 74-2061C to acquire an interest in real property which is not owned by a public agency. Furthermore, that no action will be taken during the session, and the session will last approximately 20 minutes.
Second.
motion second. Further discussion? Shannon, please take the roll.
Wilhelm.
Aye.
Borders.
Aye.
Anthony.
Aye.
Malloy.
Aye.
Wolf.
Aye.
Thorson.
Aye.
Motion passes. Folks, before we enter into executive, I did hear Shannon announce that anybody who wishes to testify tonight on either of the public hearings, in order to testify, you do have to fill out the form that's on the ideas in the back and turn it in to Shannon. So if you have not done that while we're in executive, it would be a good time to do it so we make sure we can listen to all of you. With that, we'll enter executive session. Call the meeting back to order. And again, folks, thanks for your indulgence. Let us take care of that. Next item on the agenda tonight is a consent calendar. Shelley, would like to present the consent calendar?
Item A is minutes from the June 15th, 2021 City Council meeting. Item B is payables June 8th through June 28th, 2021. Item C is Greens Ferry Glen annexation, reasoned decision. Item D is Lassen annexation, reasoned decision. Item E is memorandum of understanding with the Post Falls Urban Renewal Agency to fund improvements to Cecil Road and Highway 41 traffic signals. Item F is Pleasant View North annexation, reasoned decision. Item G is Foxtail 6th edition subdivision construction improvement agreement. Item H is Corbin Meadow subdivision construction improvement agreement. Item I is disposal of a 1996 Chevy Lumina from the legal department. Item J is disposal of a 2004 Mazda Tribute from the wastewater department. Item K is Montrose 14th edition subdivision construction improvement agreement. Item L is Montrose 15th edition subdivision construction improvement agreement. Item M is Green Meadows North subdivision plat application. Item N is disposal of a S553 2001 Freightliner Timco sweeper. Item O is Pleasant View Road Arterial Improvement Project Raise Grant submittal. And item P, the police chief contract with Greg McLean.
Any questions on the consent calendar?
I just want to make one point about the disposal of vehicles. It just means they're going to auction. And then we recoup them.
Correct.
I'll move to approve the consent calendar as presented.
Second.
Motion in several seconds. Roll call, please.
Anthony,
Aye.
Wolf,
Aye.
Malloy,
Aye.
Wilhelm,
Aye.
Borders,
Aye.
Thorson,
Aye.
Motion passes. Thank you. And at this point, I don't know if we call you chief-elect, incoming chief, vice chief, but in any event, congratulations, Greg. We look forward to working with you as the chief of police upon Pat's retirement. Thank you. You've spent a lot of time with the city of Post Falls. You've served us well, and again, I think we will benefit from having your expertise remain with the city and moving in the chief position. So thank you very much.
Can we applaud?
Yeah, you applaud. Tonight, we do have two public hearings, and real quick, I think most of you have been here, yes, you've seen them. We do have rules that we do follow. So if you do wish to testify, as I mentioned earlier, and Shannon, our clerk, mentioned, we do need to have you fill out the form. We are going to listen to all your comments. We're going to listen with respect, and we would ask that you do the same whenever anyone else speaks. We would also ask that proper decorum be followed, that no comments come from the audience. We need to have everything recorded, and again, there are procedures that we need to follow. So please assist us by following those rules, and everything will be fine. There's also a timer up at the front, and if you're testifying, please do keep your eyes on the timer. You get 4 minutes to speak. We'll let you finish your comment, but then we will, if you're continuing to speak, we'll have to cut it off at that point. So again, with that being said, the first public hearing tonight is the Brennan annexation, and with that, I'll open the public hearing.
Good evening, Mayor Jacobson, Council President Wilhelm, and members of City Council. John Manley, Planning Manager here, introducing the Brennan annexation. And in X4 2021, the owner of this is Nathan Brennan, the applicant's Ace Solutions. I do not know if they're here tonight to the crowd. Oh, they are. Okay, great. But the request is to review Planning and Zoning's recommendation for the R1 zoning designation for a 4.91 acre zoning request. Location here is, as you see in the red hatch box, just north of Hope Avenue in between Greens Ferry Road and Cecil Road. I would note that the current road designation is Bluegrass. You got Hope Avenue to the east. In time, we'll actually see what the ultimate road name will be. There's 3 road names currently along this corridor, so the one with the most road names will probably win out for addresses. General information is the current land uses for single-family residential. There's no known geographical natural features presenting hazards on the site. Ross Point Water District would be providing the service for this, with the City of Post Falls providing sewer services. Looking at the surrounding zoning for this, you see to the west, north, and east is predominantly large lot acreage in Kootenai County. Everything you see within the city limits is that yellow, that R1 single-family residential zoning designation. Here's that Corbin Meadows. I think you saw it on the agenda tonight, that construction improvement agreement. That's facilitating that subdivision to the south of there. And this is just due north of it. And that just kind of shows the orientation with future development in the area. So part of the Planning and Zoning Commission's duty is to look at the zone change review criteria, and this is what they looked at when they forwarded their recommendation before you, as they're seeing as if the amendments to the zoning map would be in accordance with the future land use map. The land use map designates this area as low-density residential. That's what you see at this location. It allows single-family residential up to 8 dwelling units per acre. Typical R1 subdivisions generally lie between 3.5 and 4 dwelling units per acre after you give up road right-of-way, and therefore would meet this as a guiding document. And you can see here specifically bolded in the R1 as an implementing zoning district to facilitate this desire. Would note too that that's a land use designation. It's not a zoning district. A lot of times people see the future land use map as zoning. It's not. It's just a guiding document. Looking at the other one, looking is it consistent with the goals and policies found in the comprehensive plan. I think you see in the staff report a lot of detailed analysis how it meets this, but looking at goal 7, plan for and establish types of quantities of land uses of Post Falls supporting community needs and cities' long-term sustainability. Well, prior to annexing the land app sites we recently did, Post Falls was about 48% single family. So the R1 zoning district is in demand and it makes up a large portion. So getting and accumulating additional R1 assists with meeting those housing needs within the city of Post Falls, as well as other zoning districts, but this one in particular. Encourage annexation of county islands within the city. So, and looking at this is a county island, so therefore that did support why they recommended the R1 if you chose to annex. Annexation should help implement the Post Falls transportation plans, enabling completion and preserving continuity and circulation for the roads and pedestrian ways. It was cited in the staff report. Oftentimes with annexations and development, that's how we get our multi-use trails and our sidewalks that go along the corridors. Ultimately, you have the subdivisions to the east, and then you're going to have bluegrass eventually improved, getting those road networks to connect individuals to Greens Ferry, of which on the west side there's a school site, which is improving that continuity and pedestrian network. Looking at the Policy 5 guide annexation decisions by considering master plans, water, sewer, transportation, parks, schools, and emergency services. And you see that detailed analysis that they are meeting those. Provision of necessary rights-of-way and easements, that's going to be a requirement upon development to provide that. Looking at the orderly development, this would be considered that. And it's been cited that it is consistent with the goals and policies in the comp plan. Zoning is assigned. Looking once again, it's a little bit redundant. Looking at traffic and the road classifications, existing development, and it met that criteria as well. Looking at commercial and high density residential, this is important because you're looking at when you're near higher classified roadways that can carry more vehicles, generally you're looking at commercial multifamily. This is not one of those sites. So then it falls into the other criteria. Limited or neighborhood commercial or lower density is typically along these areas. And that's what this area is. You're not on Prairie, you're not on 41, you're off Greens Ferry. So R1 would be the likely scenario in a location like this, one of the lower density zoning districts. Industrial zoning isn't really being asked, so it's not applicable. Here's the agencies that were notified. You see Post Falls Police, they were neutral. The Highway District, they said here that the additional annexation of Bluegrass would provide continuity city services and ease of maintenance. They see it as a benefit. And then the Department of Environmental Quality had general comments that they're concerned with mitigation at the time of construction. Once again, here's the review of that zoning element for why the P&Z made their recommendation. You can review that as well. Additionally, look at the goals and policies that were cited. Those also play a role in annexation decisions that were in the staff report. Any questions for me at this point?
Questions to John?
I got just one.
Al, go ahead.
John, you mentioned the, the question from the Post Falls Highway District about annexing Bluegrass Lane. Is that part of this? That's not part of this?
It would be, I'll go back to that one. So, the development of Corbin should have gone to the north side of Bluegrass Lane. That's how we typically do the annexation. So they would go up to that. So the distance from where the annexation would be, you'd have complete right-of-way, ability to have complete right-of-way, and then as these develop to the north in time, you would then finish that network on the north side.
So we're not technically annexing Bluegrass Lane.
Technically, more than likely not, because with Corbin, general principles is we go to the north right-of-way line of the right-of-way. And then when something to the north goes, we go in a butt. So there's no gaps or slivers. So there's continuity.
Okay.
Steve?
So John, you mentioned, what would be the maximum amount of houses they would be able to put on this piece of property then?
It'd be 5 dwelling units per acre unless some other plans came forward that gave them bonuses, but that's not before you. Right now, they're looking at R1 base density. And like I said, 5 dwelling units, that's assuming there's no roads.
Okay.
Any questions for John? Thank you. Does the applicant wish to speak? But as he's coming up field, I know we're going to talk about this in, later on in the meeting, but do we need to get addresses now as well as names for people wishing to, who are speaking?
Yeah, I think as long as they've filled out the form with their name and address.
Address, okay. I know we used to, and then we went away from it, so I wanted to make sure. Name and address for the record, please, and again, keep your eye on the clock.
Hello, yes, my name is Nick Ebner, professional engineer with ACE Solutions, 609 North Calgary Court. Thank you very much, John, for that presentation. Yeah, I'd just like to point out a couple other things that he had mentioned. You know, I think this is a good use of the property. Right now, it's surrounded by a lot of low-density residential, either single 5-acre parcels, or just to the south we have a Corbin's Meadow, which will be all R1. To the west, as we go closer to 41, it gets a little bit. I think it gets a little higher density, but as we get further away from that, it's back to lower density, and so that's what we're seeking here is the R1. We represent Nate Brennan. Nate Brennan is the current property owner. He's not a developer of any sort. We are working on the subdivision plan of what that will look like, but at the moment, he'd like to remain in his house while we develop this property. So that may mean when we are all said and done that we have less units on our 5 acres than we could possibly have as a maximum, because he would like to have some space, maintain the space that he currently has, and keep that useful. Let's see here. My only other comment is it was something that the highway district mentioned, is that I think if we are annexed into the city, and we are able to work forward with our subdivision, it'll kind of help Bluegrass Avenue or Hope Avenue or whatever that ends up being. It'll be a little bit more continuous. It won't be this little patchwork left here and there. But obviously we can't speak for the other neighbors. But once if everyone else comes and annexes into the city, it'll be a complete road that'll all make sense rather than little patchworks that we have sometimes out here in the prairie. So, yeah, thank you very much.
Any questions? Thank you. Shannon, anyone wishing to testify?
We have none.
So there'd be no rebuttal? With that, I will close the public hearing. Linda, let's start down at your end. What's your thought?
Well, my thoughts are that this makes sense, and like the engineer just said, I think that it was also stated at the planning and zoning meeting that this owner may keep his own property there on this property too. So it's not going to be very, very dense subdivision. I'm going to be in favor.
Lynn?
I'm going to be in favor as well. I think it's a good start on some infill. that we've created out in there through annexations over the period of time, and I think the density is correct for that area.
Steve?
I like the fact that it's R1. I believe when you get the streets in, you get the swells, the sidewalks, you probably won't be able to, if the owner keeps a portion of his, it's not going to be that dense of a neighborhood, so I would support this annexation.
Joe?
Infill R1, makes sense.
Al?
Yeah, I think it's all been said.
Gary?
I'm in favor.
I'm going to move to approve the Brennan annexation, file number ANNX-0004-2021.
Second.
Motion second. Further discussion? Shannon, please take the roll.
Wilhelm.
Aye.
Thorson.
Aye.
Borders.
Aye.
Wolf.
Aye.
Anthony.
Aye.
Malloy.
Aye.
Motion passes. Thank you. Next item up tonight is the North Place zone change. With that, I will open the public hearing.
Yes, good evening, John Manley, Planning Manager again. Looking at the North Place zone change, case file RZNE 1/2020. The applicant is Kevin Schneidmiller, representing Greenstone Kootenai 2. What they're doing is looking to rezone approximately 240 acres of single-family R1 to the requested residential mixed RM zoning district. Currently, the site is mostly vacant, undeveloped land that's been reserved for future development. A portion of the land on the southwest corner is being developed for single-family homes. And to clarify a bit, this right here is the planned North Place East community planning area. The residential mixed zoning district has been about 18 months in the works. We've had workshops, public meetings and whatnot in the development. As part of that, the applicant knew that they wanted to have typical R1 product within the RM zoning area or the planned area. So what you see here in yellow is an already decided upon 37-acre R1 subdivision with a PUD. And to clarify, the intent isn't to override this R1 PUD that's already been decided on. What they're looking at is the remaining balance outside of this along Idaho, south of Prairie, their eastern boundary, and what's left east of this yellow area to be rezoned as RM. And that's what equates to that 240 acres, is that area. They don't plan on rezoning or modifying the PUD of any sort for that yellow area. So that kind of defines that project scope a bit. This submitted map, none of us can really read. That font's fairly small. And I'll go into a little bit more clarity in a minute on that. Already kind of addressed the current use. As part of the Planning and Zoning Commission meeting, it was cited there's no significant topology or vegetation matters. It was cited that on Idaho and Prairie there is on the hillside. What this statement is on that flat pot on top, there really isn't any. That hillside is acknowledged and will be designed in accordance more or less with there's a roundabout on Idaho and Prairie that's where that slope really makes a lot of significant elements. Obviously, when it comes to design with if they ever get, so whether it was an R1 subdivision or whatever development, we take those considerations of that hillside in. So I wanted to bring that forward as part of this. Water provider, it's a bit interesting. West of Syringa Street, it's the city of Post Falls. East of Syringa, it's Ross Point Water District. So there's 2 water purveyors in that area. City of Post Falls provides the sewer. The proposed density, attached in your staff report, there's a development agreement, and there's part of the motion was to cap that 239 acre portion to 1,400 units at 239 acres. So that comes out to about 5.8 dwelling units per acre for the balance. Outside of, if you took outside the 10% commercial, if someone looked at that, you'd be looking at 6.5. So it's if they maximize the commercial element, which I'll go into that on future slides. So residential mixed design standards, what is it? The goal of this particular zoning district was to accommodate a mixed residential community with a variety of housing types and varying densities, and some of this came out of some comp plan policies. And has also looked at getting some small-scale neighborhood commercial office uses and a suitable scale for the RM zone. So the desire was with this RM zoning district was to create this live, work, play type environment that we don't necessarily or have seen within this region. All of which requires a development agreement that comes before you to look at to see if it meets your needs for approval or go back for additional conditions or what that may be. So you see commercial, and what does that mean when 10% commercial? So what I did is I made a list, and it does look quite extensive, but looking at the types of things that could be permitted within this, just a general retail store, lawn and garden supplies, convenience store without gas, so you're looking at that neighborhood size. You have a bank ATM kiosk, so if someone wanted like a mixed-use commercial area and had a bank key, you see those tellers that are a part of a wall or whatnot, that would be permitted within a neighborhood commercial. Full-service restaurants, cafeterias, a deli. So you're looking at overall through most of these community centers, items that most individuals wouldn't mind living within a quarter mile to walk to. Looking at what's not permitted, banks, full-service banks, branch banks, drive-in restaurants, fast food restaurants. So you're not looking like the uses that you would see on 41 or Southeast Way. You're looking at more of your neighborhood-friendly type commercial uses being allowed. Look to the right, you got grocery stores, supermarkets greater than 17.5. But on this side, you can do a grocer less than 17,500. So there's some delineations in that and a purpose for the residential mixed zone when it comes to the permitted uses. What I did do is look at, and I'm going to show some, I'll go to this slide actually. So this slide is kind of confusing once again because that small font. What I attempted to do on this was look at how the proposal, and including the 37 acres that's about this location that would be the R1 PUD, how does it in context fit within the region with what they're proposing. So what you see in the red areas, those are areas eligible for neighborhood commercial, multifamily, or single family. You have in the orange at this site, that's where you can only do the multifamily or single family. Commercial is not an option in there. The yellow, that's all single family, so you can only do single family product. What you see in the blue lines, that's looking at the future connection transportation as it gets developed, how you could see Idaho connected to 41, how Killdeer would connect and further to the east. And so with what I mentioned, along 41, you'd have those heavier commercial type uses, which the community would be in fairly close proximity and use that auto-centric corridor to get to. But within this region, you'd have more of the neighborhood. So the areas to the west or to the south could potentially walk or bike for those services near a future park. Going back to this commercial multifamily, I do want to delineate the difference between an R1 versus an RM a bit, versus you can kind of see some of it here. An R1 subdivision, you're guaranteed to get zero open space. There's none required. You can have, when you look at this, there could be no open space, just tract homes from the edge of Fieldstone all the way to Prairie. What RM does is it provides an opportunity for that mixing of uses and creating that lifestyle center. And so these are your maximums that you're allowed to for an ask as part of a development agreement. That 10%, so commercial, so I took the 10%, equated out, that's about 24 acres. Typically with any commercial development, it's tough to yield more than 25% of any land mass for development. So for structure, so that would, for a footprint, that would be 260,000 square feet of potential commercial. Chance of that happening at this location is pretty slim to none because the market wouldn't support that much commercial on a location like this. It's not on 41. But that's how this, depending on the location of your RM, it may make sense. Here you have multifamily, you have up to 20%. So if you maximize that at 20%, at 18, that gives a potential 863 dwelling units. So then you looked at the remaining land mass. You say, okay, 168 acres, because you lose land to right-of-way. If you say you lose 20% to right-of-way, that gives you 134. You have to give 7% to open space that you don't in typical R1. And then you're capping it at 1,400. And you subtract out the 863, you're left with about 117 units used for the remaining massing of land, which is about 0.22 acre lots. So that's taken what I did there was divided the difference between 863 and that by the balance to get the 0.22 acre lots. So in theory, if you decrease the potential multifamily, then that changes in your numerator becomes, your denominator increases, which makes your lot smaller. If you increase the amount of multifamily, then that actually decreases the denominator, so you actually can get greater lots. So there's a little bit of balance of what potentially you get for multifamily and the potential lots with that cap of 1,400. If I was to suppose and guess, I'm not the developer, more than likely they would probably trade out some of that commercial land for additional single-family land, if I was to gather. But that's kind of how this code works and how it plays out in a potential scenario. Once again, there's that project scope. So why do we have that commercial mix and why do we have the commercial nodes? Some of it is staff did some research. How many people live between Greens Ferry and McGuire and in this region that you see highlighted in green? Well, it came out to about 9,300 people currently reside out there. That's about the size of Rathdrum. There's no commercial services in there without having to drive to 41 or drive to Celtice Way. So in theory, if you had some services provided by the community, those are vehicle miles trips that aren't being driven down to other corridors, which maybe last, some of our roads may last longer, could be more of a responsible, sustainable development pattern, of which you see some of our goals and policies in our comp plan speak to. So the zone change review criteria. I just wanted to give a little backstory of the RM, and I'll probably go into it some more, but that's kind of the baseline for the residential mixed zone. So we're looking at the amendments to the zoning map should be in accordance with the comprehensive plan, looks at the goals and policies, also looks at the street classifications, traffic patterns, existing development, future land use, community plans, and is there any geographic or natural features that would prevent development? So in your staff report, you did see a lot of analysis that supported the proposed zone change. But I do want to go into, before I go into the comp plan analysis, the comp plan was just recently adopted in 2020. The residential mix zone was just recently adopted as well. And there's a reason why the two kind of coexist. And we did have a public process. You know, this started and we had orientation interviews. We developed an advisory committee. We had a website that gathered, we projected it out on the website, we gathered information, got community input. We had a studio in the Rotunda. We had a vision workshop that was, all these are public noticed. We advertised all these, not only here at City Council, but all in the paper and on our website. Because our goal was to get the community's vision, not staff's or not necessarily specific councils. The more people that got involved, the better that vision could be refined for the whole community. We did the same thing for a zoning workshop, looking at different zoning districts and the goals and the direction for this comp plan. We also sent out questionnaires looking for input, once again trying to refine this comp plan and the vision that we're currently working with for all annexation and zone changes. To increase our numbers, we went to Camille Park for Post Falls Days. We put up a tent there for 2 days as we get anywhere from 15,000 to 20,000 people that go to this event. And our goal was to provide input and gather input to see is the vision we currently have correct and where we're going correct. We also did a concept plan and strategy workshop. We did a joint planning and zoning commission work session, all of which is as this comp plan was being developed, touching base back with not only the city council, but the public, are we on the right track? Furthermore, we did a future land use mapping workshop where we broke into groups, we colored the maps to say, are we getting this correct? Is the future map, because we'll color it anything we want, but is this making sense based on what we've heard? Then we did other work session, and then we had the city council before the planning and zoning commission, and then we did city council for adoption. So that's kind of the backstory of the comp plan and how we got to these policies that we're going to be speaking about going forward. So looking at zoning. So everything to the west and south of here is zoned R1. The proposal, which you saw, had a lot of yellow that's adjacent to existing yellow. So the proposal is to put single-family homes mostly against other single-family homes outside of a little portion on Idaho and on Prairie. Looking at the future land use map, we have the low-density residential area that you see here. We also, within the future land use map, looked at creating those lifestyle centers or commercial activity to relieve a Highway 41 and relieve Celtice Way. Those are those red areas which would be suitable for maybe those higher type commercial uses mentioned in that one list, versus the green area being more of those neighborhood commercials to be more neighborhood friendly. And if you overlay that, the proposed future land use map with, here's their neighborhood commercial, and here's that green area looking for neighborhood commercial, and where they have commercial, you don't get much of a better fit than what they have compared to our future land use map and what's being proposed with the RM. And you take that in some of the guiding policies of the comp plan, trying to relieve, promote walkability, sustainable development, meeting our housing needs, and getting diversity. RM zone meets that. So residential uses, up to 8 dwelling units per acre is what the guiding principle of low-density residential is. So that's why you see the RM here. Last hearing you saw R1, this is RM. In their proposal, they're planning on being less than 8 dwelling units per acre. So they're consistent with that low-density residential designation, as well as those nodes. You don't see the R2 and R3 here because there's a potential for those districts as they're currently to be greater than 8, so they're more in the medium density categories. Furthermore, besides our future land use map, we also got a focus area that helps take an area and it allows the ability, if this area ever wanted to have a sub-area plan or further direction, we can refine this down the road at any point in time. But here's what the focus area for this area states that would be pertinent to this request. We're looking at, with land values increasing, new projects are more likely to integrate higher density housing with community amenities to broaden their appeal to buyers. Is acknowledging the kind of the cost of living to the purchase price of housing. And this was in 2019 and 20, before even the current price crunch hit, that some of these policies were being envisioned. Future growth should embrace a variety of housing types and land uses to maintain quality standards and provide even greater emphasis on pedestrian friendliness and connecting neighborhoods to community trails and nearby amenities. I think when you looked at some of the previous slides where you saw the east-west connectivity on the roads, you saw the park, the mixed use, that those elements would meet that focus area analysis point. And then support provisions for a variety of housing types and densities, of which the RM does. So how did we get here, and why does the RM zone exist? Well, it's because Idaho is highly sought out for a retreat for people to just, they're flocking here, and we could acknowledge that, but we have the fastest selling market in the country. We see our home values, and this is when this whole process started, $362, and then now it's $399 for the median house. That's of Zillow. One thing that's changed, though, is the percentage increase has now slowed. It was at 13.3 when this process started, and it's now down to 2.7. So there's signs things are leveling off. Plus, you see an increase in homes for sale. Not a whole lot, but a little change there. And here's that cost of living thing that I mentioned just a bit ago. Here's the red line is Idaho. Here's, you see the California, Washington, United States, that Idaho lags behind. And as they're increasing, we're not increasing at quite the rate. So when you have housing prices soaring and our income's not keeping up, it ends up creating a housing crisis. Coupling that with here, this is per Freddie Mac, one of the glaring items that I seen here was not only is that there's about 4 million additional housing needed to support citizens in the U.S. is in the 1970s, when the boomers were younger and the country had a less population, 420,000 entry-level homes were built every year. Now only 65,000 entry-level homes were constructed. I know growing up for me, I read all over the place that the average house going from 1,200, 1,500, 1,800, 2,500 as the average house size. Well, that's great as they're building their equity and being able to upgrade, Well, if you can't keep up and then you're in apartments, but you'd like to get it into an entry level, and we're not building the smaller homes, then it creates this gap where you have what you see here, expensive homes, and you have apartments. There's a hope with the RM that you can provide diversity that could potentially mitigate this. And that is seen here, this is in 2019 as part of our public process, as looking at that missing middle. The reason why the missing middle conversation comes up is because some of the stats I just brought up is to have someone jump into a $400,000 home is a tall task. It takes some time when you're living in an apartment to do that jump. So you're looking at the missing middle. What does that look like and what could it look like? So you have tiny homes, 500 square foot homes that could be potential for someone to go purchase. If you're doing at $300 a square foot for a house, a smaller house, maybe you can get that to a price point for your workforce to reside in the community that they're working in. Cottages, what you see here is two different types of cottages. You have the cottages that are on standalone lots. A lot of times they're between 600 and 1,200 square feet. On the right, what you see is cottages proposed as part of a site plan. So they're a lease type product done as a cottage. So instead of having multifamily and apartments, you're encouraging some diversity as rental houses that have some common parking and maybe a common courtyard like this. Tiny homes can do the function very similar to what you see here as well. So there's two different ways to pull that off. RM zoning. Townhomes is another option for diversifying housing. I believe Greenstone provides this, and it's a good way to blend typical single-family homes to their multifamily. As you get that rear-loaded product, you see the housing front a public way. It encourages pedestrian connectivity and awareness for safety, and also provide that built environment buffer transitioning into that multifamily quadrant. Multifamily, here's where you see that the single family also is allowed in RM. Multifamily, we'll reiterate, it's only up to 20% for the area. Here is the neighborhood commercial example. This is at Greenstone over at Liberty Lake, where you can see the houses that live nearby and how they transitioned into that commercial sector. I couldn't find the examples of what the storefronts look, but I gave an example of some, like typically what they would look like. The other items, is there any questions at this point before I go on to the other ones?
I have a question. I have one question, John, so far. I'm doing these percentages, and when you said that likely the developer would not develop all that acreage into commercial, that 10% would be 23 acres of commercial. You said, or I thought you said, you know, if you were thinking of it as a developer, you would go back and do that as R1 if you weren't going to use it as commercial. You can't do it as multifamily. You could only do it as R1.
Correct, because that's the difference between this and like an R1. If you had R1, it could dilute down to multiple public hearings down the road where we're having zone change requests to R2 and R3. This right here would embody in a development agreement saying, nope, you're encapsulated at 20% cap. Odds are they're going to want their cap today or with part of this at 20%. So that only leaves a couple options. They either A, are going to do single family type product, or they're going to do commercial at the 10%. So those are the only two games in town for them once this development agreement would be adopted as part of it, if it chose to be adopted.
And just for further clarification, then, this 239 acres is already zoned R1, and if you can build 5 homes per acre in R1, then that is 1,195 homes that can already be built in this map. It's already approved,
Yeah,
right now.
right now they can go out and
Okay.
do 1,200 homes.
Okay,
No
thank
open
you.
space and 1,200
Thanks.
homes.
Okay, that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. I was going to ask the same question on the 1,200 because of what we read after the planning and zoning.
Right.
They'd approved 1,400. Well, 1,200 are already allowed.
Right, I went back and
Appreciate it.
watched that. and
Yeah.
It was very interesting.
You guys all right now?
I got some questions, but I think they can wait.
You want to wait?
Okay, fair enough. So the other one, commercial and high-density residential zoning is typically assigned along streets, and once again, the keyword is typically, assigned along streets with higher road classification. So where they're proposing their multifamily and residential mix for their standalone options are on Idaho and on Prairie Avenue, which are higher classified roadways. The comp plan can provide guidance for decisions outside of that. So internally on Syringa, where you have those nodes, allows for the neighborhood commercial and the commercial asks on that. That's why you see that commercial node on Prairie being on Prairie, because that's where you're going to want your higher commercial. And then transition to your neighborhood commercial as you get more centrally to the core and near the park. So that's why that would generally, I mean, it would meet that criteria. The other one is limited neighborhood commercial or lower density residential is typically assigned as a properties proceed farther away from the higher intense urban activity. So once again, if you reflect back, that's more than likely what they're doing. I can go to it. So when staff's looking at this, you're like, okay, well, the Idaho Road, I get the mouse to work. Well, on the west side there, you can see that the multifamily is right on Idaho. You proceed to the, around that, you have the R1, and as you proceed to the east and west, predominantly you see that yellow transitioning away from that Syringa potential for your neighborhood commercial, blending in with the other single-family users to the east and south. To the west, they did decide to put that multifamily, single-family development, but they're placing that next to another North Place phase. Sorry to be going back and forth. So this criteria seems to be met for their ask as well. The other one, industrial zoning is typically assigned as properties proceed farther. I mean, they're not asking for industrial, so this one really isn't even applicable. Here's the agencies that's routed. You see the Post Falls Police were neutral. Highway District, they had no comment pertaining to the zone change.
I got a question now.
Okay.
Go ahead, Al.
Can you go back to that slide right before that? No, the list of people that you routed it to.
Yes.
Reason I wanted to ask, I mean, I guess the question I have at this point in time is a lot of the opposition that was brought up at the planning and zoning meeting and a lot of the opposition that I've read, you know, was part of this packet is about infrastructure. You know, that creating this is going to create an issue on the rest of Post Falls. So basically what I'm looking at here, and of course I've read through this, but I guess it's for the benefit of the folks here, is that when we think about the police, the roads, the traffic, the schools, the power, everything else, the water, all of the infrastructure that is a concern whenever we talk about any kind of growth in Kootenai County, essentially we've asked these people if this is going to be an issue, and they've all said it is not. Is that correct?
Yeah, and I've actually contacted Panhandle Health recently, and most these jurisdictions go by, if there's no comment, there's no concerns.
Right.
And I let them know, I'm like, the general public don't understand, that's not necessarily how they view that. They view it sometimes that maybe you didn't get noticed, maybe you didn't know about it. And so staff's working on improving relationships so we can get some comments and that they don't assume no comment is no concerns. But that's typically how most jurisdictions and how the public process is run and what people are used to.
So as an example, and I think, you know, Councilman Malloy brought it up at a previous meeting, you know, in terms of the schools, if when we contact the schools and say, hey, this is something that's coming up, we want to know how, you know, if this is going to impact you, and they have their own governing body, the school district does, you know, the school board. And when they say, no problem, build it, then it's hard for us to then turn around and say, well, we shouldn't build it because it's going to impact the schools. They're saying it's not going to have an impact on them. Am I correct?
Like I said, Typically speaking, what I get is if there's no comment, they don't have any concerns. That's
That's good enough. That's good enough.
repeatedly what I've heard over the last 14 years. I would like to note, though, questions pertaining to buildings or the fire, both the fire marshal and the building officials here tonight to answer any questions on those particular items.
Okay.
The other one is the DEQ. They said they had no environmental impact comments on it. So any other questions?
Steve?
So John, in the rendering you showed us, it showed a 7.5 acre park.
Yeah.
And you were saying under RM, or under the R1 zoning, they wouldn't have to provide any green space for a park. So when this was annexed into the city, there was no agreement with Greenstone to provide any open space into a piece of property this large?
I didn't see any where it was specifically called out. I mean, typically those are done. The reason why is because it's an impact fee issue. Because when you annex something and give it an R1 and then it leads to a subdivision, we assess impact fees for dealing with parks. And if you're asking for a park at the time you're doing a subdivision and then you're also getting an impact fees, that can be construed as being double dipping. Versus like a PUD or a residential mix, that's what creates the ask for density increases, because they're saying, I'll provide you something I wouldn't otherwise do, but because I'm doing a park, we'll do whatever, we want an increase in density. So it's a trade-off. In the complicating matter is the impact fees. That's why Post Falls doesn't have open space requirements for subdivisions.
So that's kind of up to the village, because I noticed we had one annexation of 20 acres came up, and he was showing a dedication of 5 acres of green space, open space. So basically, that was just a decision on his own in the annexation. We weren't forcing him to provide that 5 acres of open space.
What?
That was the one over on Greens Ferry between, on the other side of Prairie Avenue, the 20 acres.
I believe on the north side of Prairie?
Yes,
That was because it was another RM project.
okay.
So they were required to provide open space on that, otherwise they would have been not required to provide it. But they had to on that one decide where they wanted to do it and work on getting that pedestrian connectivity also as part of that.
Okay.
Linda?
Yeah, so John, I just want to be very clear about what we're doing. In this packet, which is very large, and the planning and zoning meeting, and the things that you've talked about here, this property, the 239 acres is already annexed into the city and zoned R1. Greenstone can now go and develop that land into 1,195 houses without putting a park there and without basically doing anything. So that is what we're going to get unless we go to the RM zone. And then what the community will get is a 7-acre park and some multifamily, some neighborhood commercial, and some R1 with walking trails and biking paths. Am I understanding this correctly?
More or less, on the ends of the spectrum, that is correct.
Okay.
Any other questions?
Ask one more
Go ahead.
question.
So John, you've talked about the development agreement, and I know that this is kind of fuzzy because it doesn't have all the lines that we normally see where the actual lots are. That development agreement, once staff and the developer work out all the details about where everything's going to go in terms of the R1, the multifamily, and the commercial, will we as a council get an opportunity to see what that final plan is going to be before we say, yeah, that's what we want built there?
So the development agreement will act kind of like how the future land use map acts to zoning a little bit. The development agreement is going to be a guiding document that's going to be pointing a direction. When they come in to do a subdivision application, you guys don't review subdivisions, that go to PUD. So we would go look at the residential mixed zoning district to find out what's the minimum lot size, heights, and all that. And it's such that they meet that, they'd be able to provide this diversified housing product through a subdivision process going before the Planning and Zoning Commission.
Okay.
And if it's a multifamily site, then they could plat lots, and they would do multifamily. Staff then would review every proposal consistent to this development agreement that was attached to this packet and see if they're consistent with that.
Okay. Because this is, I do have I guess, a concern, issue, question, however you want to phrase it. There was a letter that I believe was in the packet for the planning and zoning meeting from a Christopher Larson, who lives across the road in the county. Now, one of the things I've always pushed for was when someone buys a piece of property, they want to come to the city and say, what's going to be across the street from me or wherever. This guy did that. He checked into it and found out that this property was zoned R1. Now we want to change that and possibly put either commercial or multifamily right across the street from him after we've already said in the past, no, that's going to be R1. Is there any way to move that so that it's not impacting that particular person or the people along Prairie and the county?
Well, it's kind of a shell game because wherever we have our planning principles that says along Prairie Avenue and Idaho Road is a preferred location for your higher densities.
Correct.
Almost anybody on the opposite side of the road, more than likely, isn't going to want the multifamily there. We have our comp plan to say that's where you have it. So if we moved the multifamily from the east side of Syringa to the west side of Syringa, well, then the person on the north side that's currently in the county would have equal concerns. So there's a balance, I believe, at times where you're looking at, and that's why we have our comp plan and our public outreach, is to get the overall vision and zoning districts and guiding documents to help guide some of these decisions. So when we get these public hearings, for those that are in the city of Post Falls, this is what we're looking at as a guiding direction. Because eventually Prairie Avenue is going to be 5 lanes more than likely between Highway 41 and Pleasant View. And so, and that's going to have a completely different look and feel than it does today. Give it 15 years with fire trucks and widening of roads and whatnot. You're seeing that already, some of the infill pockets to the east where some of this developed happens, you're getting the widenings of roads and the improved urban connectivity east and west. And so we're in that, and that's why actually the future land use map has transitional to the north and why we have guiding to look at the focus areas, because you're looking at how should the north side of Prairie develop. And if I was to color something orange and medium orange or yellow or what, I'd be wrong. And so you can never color it correctly. So that's why it's transitional with thematic guiding policies.
Okay.
John, for my own clarification, we're talking, and during the Planning and Zoning Commission, it was mentioned, a density limit, limiting the density. In the past, we've seen property come in with a zone change, and the concern has been it may be approved as R2, and people are going to build X number of units. However, when that zone is changed, if those folks then sold that property, the purchasers of that property could come in and build the maximum density allowed in that zone. In this case, if this were to be approved, and if there were a density limit imposed, does that stay with the property in the unlikely event that the developers would sell the property?
Yeah, 1400 is, embodied by the boundaries, legal areas of this RM zone,
Okay.
if it was approved.
Okay, thank
And it
you.
would stay at 1400 unless they came before city council and
In the future.
and did another public hearing and said, we want to amend this as a major amendment to the document, and then that's how some things can change here and there.
Yeah.
I guess I would like to piggyback on what Counselor Wolf said about the gentleman who came to the city and asked, and what are we going to do about that? I mean, are you just saying, I'm not sure what you're saying.
So I don't know exactly, I apologize, where that individual resides in relationship to this map. I mean, everything that's yellow is R1, it's a single-family product. So majority of the limits of this has a single-family product. I mean, if you look at the net
So
distance,
where's the multifamily supposed to go?
I'll go to a better map. So,
There.
so it would go along Prairie Avenue, multifamily could only go on Prairie from about where the cursor is there to approximately this location. So that's about, looking at it visually, a third of that total distance of Prairie Avenue. And then you're looking at, on Idaho Road, this area here, you're looking at 40% of Idaho, potentially. Just looking at a rough estimate.
Okay,
The rest of it's all a single-family product.
yeah.
Well, not quite, because there is a little multifamily in the center, John,
Yeah, dislocation,
a little bit,
potential.
yeah, possibly, yeah,
I was just
in those
speaking
little
into
pockets.
abutting external
Oh,
boundaries.
I see, okay, thank you. Sorry.
And then of this is, you look at the map, this is way more than, 40%. I mean, if you take or 30%, 10%, and 20, that just gives that flexibility to move things around as needed to potentially create a better outcome.
Okay.
Any other questions of John?
Is he done?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm only done until you let me know.
Ready for the applicant?
Just a second. That's all I got. That's all I got for John, anyway.
Applicant, wish to speak, come forward, name and address for the record, please. Which one's yours? It's the 511. One, that one right there. Here's your clicker.
Okay, thanks. Mr. Mayor, members of council, my name is Kevin Sneidmiller. I reside at 6552 East Octavia Court, Post Falls. I'm here tonight representing the applicant, Greenstone Kootenai 2. Here in the matter of the North Place East zone change request. Currently, as John said, the request is to rezone approximately 239 acres from R1 to the mixed-use zone that was currently adopted about a year ago. Again, the property is generally located north of Fieldstone, east of Idaho Road, and south of Prairie Avenue. The reason we're making this request is that if we were to come in and want to do some R1, R2, and R3, we would have to make specific zone change requests to areas of North Place. The problem with that is as time changes, you may want to move those areas around, and you have to come back to the Planning Commission and to this body to do that. That's the advantage to the mixed use, and I call the bubble map that John showed, and I'll have one later in my presentation. It allows you to identify areas where you can want to do multifamily, some single-family attached product, and R1 detached. Again, it was annexed in the early 2000s. That might answer a little bit of Councilman Anthony's question about the open space. Back then, that was not near as big a concern as it may be today. So that, I can tell you, having been involved, that was not a question that was even raised. One of the questions that was raised and was done was the dedication of the water rights that were agriculture water rights to the city, and then that has been done. So again, this is a map of the site. You can see down the left corner is the subdivision that we filed about a year ago with the city as R1. The rest is the request that we're making. This map is similar to the one that John showed, and I apologize. Again, the text is not very legible, but I want to go into a little bit more detail about our proposal and why we're doing what we're doing. So I'm going to start with the blue up in the left-hand corner. That is actually proposed as a 55-plus community. And it would be, a vast majority of it would be single-family detached. The little bubble down in the left corner along Idaho, that would be proposed to be some multifamilies, potentially some single-family attached product. And again, the reason we're doing that, we find very often our experience in 55-plus communities, not everyone desires to be a homeowner. Some people want to rent. So we want to have that ability to provide some rental properties in there. There would also, this area would be highly amenitized with a clubhouse, specialized open spaces. Again, when we show multifamily in an area like that, the reason we're showing it is the ability to do it. What you would very often find there is there'll be 20 or 30 units total, maybe 40 units, but it's not what you would call your traditional type of multifamily project. And I'll show some product types that we use for that. Again, to the south of that, the light yellow is the current subdivision. The darker yellow is all single family. Again, we did that intentionally to try to respect the neighboring uses that are mostly single family. Historically, to the east has been 5-acre tracts. And so even along Prairie, a vast majority of that is single family, either in the 55-plus community or just normal single family detached and attached product. The lighter green area, again, we needed to do this to show as many uses as the zone allows. So you see that text says neighborhood commercial, single family attached, multifamily pocket, and that's what we've identified, and I'll show some product in those areas. Again, to kind of elaborate on the neighborhood commercial, and Mr. Manley did a great job of laying out the statistics and the possibilities. But we really see in our experience shows in sites like this of similar size, you're probably going to do maybe 10 to 20,000 maximum square feet of commercial. You're talking about ice cream shops, pizza shops, really uses that neighborhoods surrounding the area can utilize. Walk to those sites and take advantage of that. We also, in some cases, will do child care facility for the residents in the neighborhood. So again, even though the zone allows a significant amount of commercial up to 10%, it's not possible to have that happen on a site like this. So that's kind of what the map shows. Again, our vision for North Place is to create neighborhoods that are pedestrian friendly, provide diversified housing opportunities, and that's kind of what I just explained, having some multifamily, some attached single family, and then your traditional single family detached. Provide a little bit of opportunity for neighborhood commercial parks. As you can see in that map that I just showed, we show a 7.5 to 8 acre park. That's not the only space. There will also be what we call pocket parks scattered throughout the neighborhood. We actually have one as part of the subdivision that's currently under construction of a little over an acre that will have your normal playground equipment and so forth. And then across the street, the first part of North Place, which was 40 acres, there's actually a 5-acre park on there because we did it entitled as a PUD. The last item is to connect the trails within this neighborhood to the greater Post Falls trail system. We'll have a trail along both the north, south, and east-west collector streets, as well as along both Idaho and Prairie Avenue. Again, this is the Post Falls area map that John alluded to. And this is identified as a central prairie area and as part of the comp plan that designates the central prairie as a good place to look to do RM zoning and have diversified housing types. So I kind of went through again and looked at the comp plan, reviewed that, and we believe that our proposal is strongly supported by many of the elements of the comprehensive plan. Table 1.03, the central focus area, emphasizes on embracing a variety of housing types and land uses, maintaining quality standards, and providing pedestrian-friendly neighborhoods. Focus multifamily along arterials and collectors, and we know that can present some concerns from neighbors. But again, that's what the comp plan says, and we believe it's done for a good reason. Again, those streets are designed to handle the additional density. Support provisions for a variety of housing types, as I mentioned, and densities, and focus commercial development along arterials and collectors. And this is a little bit of why having the RM zone and the ability to have some flexibility is important. So we could see, as we looked at North Place, the ideal place to have a little bit of neighborhood commercial would be at the intersection of Syringa and Penrose, which that street, that's the east-west street. It may change. But we know as we start to enter into discussions, as Councilman Wolf asked the question about design as we go forward, and as we meet with staff, as is always the case, depending on what that intersection looks like, it may be a roundabout or something like that. If it is a roundabout, that doesn't work very well with a neighborhood commercial, outside seating and so forth. So having the flexibility to maybe move it a block or two north to a better intersection is a good thing. In addition to that, we like to normally place that adjacent to open space, and with that park there. Same thing happens with our higher density residential. We like to place it close to open space so those people can take advantage of it and utilize it. So those things are all done intentionally. Again, these are just some of the items found in the comp plan that we believe support our request for a zone change to RM. This is some of the product. This is some townhomes that we build. Again, this would be attached single-family for sale product on fee simple lots. We like to do these in clusters of 6 to 10 units. So we're not talking 20, 30, 40 units. And usually they work well fronting on a collector street, because collectors, we can't do driveway approaches. So these are all alley loaded products. So it works very well. Again, it lends itself well to the diversification of housing. And certainly these units are usually priced below single-family detached, so it helps the affordability as well. This is just another example. This is actually in a 55-plus community that we have. Those are townhomes as well, but those are actually rented as part of it. So that's an example of the type of product we would use in the 55-plus community, not what I would call your traditional type of multifamily. Again, there's 6 units there. They're 2-story units ranging from about 1,500 up to about 2,000 square feet. This is in Liberty Lake. Again, this is an example of, that's a little bit of neighborhood commercial on the corner there. That is actually a ice cream shop, a coffee shop, was not under construction, but around the corner there's a pizza shop and again a daycare facility. Again, you can see it's located across from a city park, so it lends itself very well. You can see the concrete slab, great for outdoor seating and for people being able to walk. The building directly to the south, that is actually a multifamily building that looks a lot like townhomes. The difference is there are units on the ground floor and the second floor, so that you can't do it on a fee simple lot. But again, that happens to be a 8-unit building total. And again, it's kind of the example when you see in that map when we identify pocket multifamily, that's what we're discussing in some of those along collectors and residential streets. So just another example. So in conclusion, we believe our proposal is supported by the comprehensive plan and goals. It's definitely supported by arterial and collector streets, of which we will make our half improvements to Idaho and Prairie as will be required, in addition to building Penrose and Syringa east to our boundary and north to Prairie Avenue. We respectfully request approval of our proposal.
Thank you. Any questions, Mr. Schneidmiller? Carrie?
I have one. I think that looks wonderful. Especially with the multifamily not looking like tenements. And so on that conceptual map and your vision of North Place, what would cause that to change from today? So if you had the
Sure.
residential mixed use.
Yeah, and I don't want to give a misconception. As Mr. Manley pointed out, the site up along Prairie would be more of a traditional multifamily, 2-story. We would not propose building 3-story. What would change going in the future? Likely not anything. That's why at the Planning Commission hearing, when the question of limiting the density came up, I supported that very much, and I support that to the council as well. Because as we look at it, and we run our own numbers, we actually think proposed the way I showed our map with some attached single family, some pocket multifamily, we probably will not exceed 5.5 units the acre. The one thing that is different from what Mr. Manley and I stated that earlier, there's no way you would come close to 260,000 square feet. We vision this as still being largely a single-family detached project. I mean, that's the reality of our marketplace, but to allow diversification to, I know the comment was made during the Planning Commission, you know, a lot of the people that grew up here and are staying here, we all have kids, I have some, affordability is certainly an issue. And, you know, at some point, hopefully the employment and the wage scale will start to catch up, but that's going to take some time. We'll also see adjustments in the market which will slow this down. But to answer your question, Councilman Thorson, I don't see anything that would change going into the future in any significant way from what we're proposing here. So.
Thank you.
Well, thanks for your presentation, Mr. Schneidmiller. I do have several questions. The products that you're showing are 2-story. So would you be adverse to having a height restriction? Right now, R1 has a height restriction of 35 feet. If it's multifamily, it can go up to 45 feet, which would be like a 3-story building.
Mm-hmm.
So would you have an issue with that?
From this standpoint, I do, because the building types change, and we've faced this before. So let's say we agreed to 35, and for some reason a building structure went to 37, okay? It's not necessarily a story issue, but the roof pitch changes, whatever. We've gotten into that. So from that standpoint, I would have a concern about capping at a building height restriction that's outside of what the zone allows, so.
Okay, would you have a problem with it being limited to 2 stories?
No, not necessarily.
Okay. Do you have does Greenstone have other land available within Post Falls right now for development?
We do. We're currently developing the Montrose project, have been for 20 years now on the west side of Post Falls, adjacent to Chase Road.
So why is this necessary to do this now?
Well, so I'll use Montrose example. When we entitled that back in 1998, we entitled that as a PUD with some pocket housing type of situations, which allows us to do higher density. So the RM zone was not available back then. So what we had to do as part of the PUD, we had to specifically designate where those locations would be. We have not built much of that to date. We do plan as we go forward to start looking at that. Again, for diversification, the need to have changes for housing. And our experience tells us that this is not all about cost, okay? Some people don't want to take care of a yard any longer. They want to go to an attached type product where most of it is maintenance free, it's all taken care of. Some people just want smaller size houses, and so town-owned product is a way to do that. So it's nothing unique to this site other than the opportunity with the RM zone just happened to time with our development of the North Place project. So,
So I guess where I'm kind of going with that is, you know, what would you want to build in there now that you couldn't, if we said, nah, we don't want to do this right now, but would entertain this thought a year or two down the road, you're still building houses over in Montrose and wherever. I guess that's why is this necessary that you want to do this at this stage of the game, because you've got plenty of places to build now, correct?
sure. It's currently, as been mentioned already, zoned R1, and we would develop it and build it as R1. We have a landowner that desires to sell the property, and so that's why we're moving forward with the project at this time.
So you don't own this property now?
We don't, no.
Okay.
Greenstone Kootenai does not own the property.
How many units do you guys usually build in a year?
In this market,
Yeah, in post.
we're building in Montrose about 50 to 60 units a year. We are currently developing in North Place, which we always do a larger phase, the first phase, to get some momentum build up, get some synergy of the project build up, be able to provide some open space with a pocket park and so forth. So the first phase there is 89 lots.
So when do you think this development would start? If we approve this zone change, when would you start building in that area, and when do you think it would be built out?
Well, I'll start with the last question first. So we project this to be a 15-year build-out. And the second part of the question is we'll have some work to do with staff, obviously. We're going to have to file a preliminary plat and do some design work. We would, our vision is to have a phase in 2022 in two locations. One being the 55-plus neighborhood, because that is a different product type. It meets a different need for a different demographic. Second of all, is we can extend Penrose to the east and get towards that intersection where we show neighborhood commercial, then being able to provide some opportunity for some townhome products. So,
One of the issues that's come up before with some of our developments is that the park kind of lags, that we've got all kinds of houses out there, but they don't have their park. I don't know if this is a question
yeah,
for you
so
or for John.
and I know all of you are aware of this. You know, there's really three things that are important to us in all of our developments, whether it's in North Idaho or Eastern Washington or other places, and that's trails, street trees, and open space and parks. So, you know, even where we showed the location of the park, that makes sense. We've had some very preliminary discussions with the Parks Department. We'll have a lot more, but, you know, we'll get to it as soon as we can. In the meantime, we'll build pocket parks, which are owned by the HOA. I mean, I'd like to be able to have the main park online no later than 25 or 26, so.
That's all I got. Joe?
So the vast majority of concerns that I think we all hear, and certainly me, is more about the absolute number of people to be brought into the area. So it's already zoned R1, which is 1,200 units could potentially be built right now by right. So I do understand that it's important to the developer and consumers also to have a diversity of product. Open space is great. Some commercial nodes that would help prevent people from having to leave their own neighborhood to go get services, that sort of thing, I think would help minimize the impact of the surrounding area, which is what most people are concerned about. So is it more of a concern to be able to provide a variety of housing types without having to come back and designate specific areas as, say, R2, R3, and come back and go through the whole process? Or is it more of a concern the maximum number of units? For example, if we were to propose the residential mixed zone with a cap of 1,200 units, so there's not any additional housing units going up, does that work for you?
Well, I mean, I'd have to think about that, Councilman Malloy, but generally, whenever you try to do some diversified type of housing product, you know the density is going to go up. When the question was asked at the Planning Commission if 1,400 worked, I felt like it did, because it was not significantly more than we can do with R1, and we can also then feel in a more positive and confident way about providing open space, which, you know, again, is important to us. I felt strongly at the May Planning Commission meeting that 1,400 was a reasonable number. It's significantly less than what we could build if you just look at the allowed uses with the multifamily and attached product. So I felt like that was a good trade-off at 1,400. So I still believe that's a good approach. So.
Answer my question. Thank you.
Well, I guess I just have a couple of questions. Mr. Schneidmiller, is the 55 and over, 55 and over parcel with the detached housing, is that gated? Is that a
It is
gated
gated,
community?
yeah.
Okay, and you said that you were going to put some pocket parks in that, or what?
Yeah, we'll
amenities in
normally,
that?
but it's a lot of times the open space in there is more specialized. So you'll find some small park areas with garden boxes that people can utilize for raising a garden that they maybe can on their, on their own
Like you
property.
did at Coeur d'Alene Place there in that
Similar to
gated
like what we did,
community?
yes.
Uh-huh.
You'll see, again, a clubhouse with facilities. A lot of times we will offer some concierge type of services in there, the ability to get a haircut, so forth like that. Usually, right now, pickleball's a very popular thing to provide pickleball courts. So the amenities in there are more geared towards that demographic than you'll see in the general community.
And that
In
looks like-
addition to that, because it's gated, all those streets will be private and maintained by the homeowners association.
And that looks to be about 1/4 of this project. Is that? Does that
Yeah, it's
sound
about
right?
50, 55 or 56 acres the way it's shown.
Right,
there, so,
okay.
yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Normally there too, the product is exclusively outside of the rental property, rancher-style homes, so.
Right,
Steve?
thank you.
Question. And so this kind of follow up on Liz, with the 55 and over area designated, can you still develop that under R1?
We'd have to do it with a PUD
Okay.
because of the lot sizing.
Thank you, Mr. Steinmeier.
Okay?
Shannon? I'll read them. Okay.
Mr. Mayor, can I ask a question?
Sure.
On the testimonies for, against, neutral, whatever, can we get it, I mean, will we get an address so that we, or at least that we know that these folks are actually from Post Falls?
Yes. Yes,
Okay,
it looks like it.
good. That's all,
I'll just keep my eye open.
yeah, appreciate it.
Okay, neutral, wishing to speak, Victoria O'Sullivan, 2665 North Top Flight Drive. And again, folks, when you come up, keep your eye on the timer.
Oh, thank you. Thank you for your time and for all the time that you've spent kind of wrestling with all these really contentious topics. I know it's not easy, and there are a lot of people against it. I said I was neutral because I really heard about this late in the game. And I was a little confused when the gentleman over here, sorry, I forgot your name, discussed communication with the community. I'm a mom of 6 kids. Both my husband and I work full-time. We read every email that comes from the city, all the mail that comes to our mailbox, and we never heard anything. This is obviously a big deal. It's diversity is kind of the big buzzword across the country, and I strongly feel that diversity for the sake of diversity isn't necessarily a good thing. If you're on nextdoor.com, all you hear about is, crime and theft in Crown Point and Tullamore, vandalism of the park. I don't have hard statistics on that, but I have noticed that it's more of an issue in those places with the higher density housing than it is in neighborhoods like mine in Prairie Falls. Just a couple things that jumped out at me listening to your presentation. One thing that I noticed right off the bat was when you were talking about the impacts on infrastructure, I didn't see the hospital listed. That's just one thing. We were talking about a surge in cases because of COVID this last year and hospitals being overloaded, and now we're talking about bringing in 1,500 new households. That's an issue. A lot of people over 55 in the 55 plus community, that could be a lot of people in an ICU. That's just one consideration. Also, it's concerning to me, and I think a lot of people I've spoken to find it concerning when you drive around and you see these developments all popping up simultaneously and the infrastructure isn't in place before they're built. It's almost as if all the infrastructure is trying to hop on the wagon after all the houses are there. And it seems to put a tremendous burden on the taxpayers. Really, I guess those are kind of my 2 big observations, and just really I'll be really interested to see that development agreement when that comes out, and I'll be following it closely because it'll be really interesting to see what was actually put in place in that neighborhood in the future. And also, I was curious to know how many developments have actually been rejected or sent back with demands for the existing population, rather than just letting the developers just sort of put something in and tell everyone else, well, it agrees with the comprehensive plan that none of you saw. So it's just this circular argument, and I feel as a member of the community that we're kind of rendered voiceless in that situation. I also, just looking at, I know this is kind of flogging a dead horse, but I know that an increase in crime has been an argument that people have made against high-density housing. Obviously, I try to be impartial, but I did notice in the journal Criminology in 2009, they published an article saying there was a strong correlation between increased crime and high-density housing. So I would like to see, I'd be more interested to see discussion around that and how that's going to be handled.
And your time is
Thank
up.
you.
Thank
Thank
you.
you very much.
And Mayor and Council, certain comments as far as certain types of housing and the elements that they may bring are generally out of order and really are not part of the criteria that you should be considering as well. So just want to reiterate.
Can I answer one of her questions? She asked a question about how often do we decline some of these requests. We had 4 annexation requests last year revolving around residential housing. We approved 2. We declined 2. The 2 that we approved created about 56 new units. So, yeah, we don't always approve everything.
I want to clarify too, ma'am, you mentioned 1,500 homes. 1,200 are already approved. We're talking about an additional 200. I'm not pro or saying yes or no to that, but I just want to clarify the numbers. Also wishing to speak, neutral, Samantha Stigler, 3338 North Knob Creek Court, Post Falls.
Hi, I'm Samantha Stiglater. You read my address. Thank you, Mayor and Council members, for allowing us time to speak. I also appreciate that you ask so many questions to help us get some answers in the beginning as well, and that you create an atmosphere that is friendly to citizens that don't have a lot of information coming in to come in and learn. And I would say that as well about all of the city staff, that I ask him to ask a lot of questions to all of the time. So, Mr. Manley, I appreciate your report. I do have some questions about it, and I think I actually asked these similar questions during the Planning and Zoning Committee meeting with regards to the presentation itself and the intent of the presentation. I'm just curious if the intent of these public hearings is to promote certain zoning legislation or approvals at large that we have brought into the city, or just to present how these requests from landowners or developers meet what the city has deemed to be reasonable, like the RM zoning or R1 or R3 or whatever it is. Because I feel like during some of these presentations, perhaps there's a lot of advocacy for this like RM being in existence, and not so much how is it going to meet, like, does it approve with our comprehensive plan? Does it work with the streets? Like, is very confusing in the sense that we were talking numbers that were examples of what one could do with RM in a specific situation, and not necessarily what was being asked to be done in this public hearing. And I think maybe that was even evidenced by the number of questions that you all had as well during the presentation. It was also brought up that people living in that area might, it was assumed that they would want to be closer to residential, but perhaps they live where they live because they don't, commercial, I'm sorry, because they don't want to be closer to commercial. Maybe, I don't know. That would also be assumption that they don't want to, but I thought maybe we could bring that point up as well. Some of the math, I think, was explained in a way where the developer would only want to make residential lots smaller, but not cut any high-density housing. But presumably they could also cut high-density housing, right, and keep the R1 lots large or the same. So I don't know why that wasn't given in as an example as well. I talked about that. And then just to confirm, on the map, there's like the little yellow section on the bottom. It was my left. Like up here, I think when you showed the bubble map, that was R1, and we're not talking about that, right? Like that's R1 and that's gonna stay R1. We're talking about the rest of it. So I guess maybe that was confusing from my viewpoint, because we just kept seeing the rectangle that was colored, and then sometimes the bubble was colored. And I don't know, I just found that a little bit hard to follow. So I think mostly my point in being neutral is that I think that everyone's trying to do good things, whether you're for or against it. So I'm kind of neutral because I don't know, but I do think it's odd that it was annexed 20 years ago and we're just now building it out. I think you asked a good question about like the units. Does it matter about how many people we get in there? And so I just think that that's a weird point, but also the idea that we're jumping between, housing prices. So housing prices were given in the presentation about RM, but we weren't given any examples of what the housing prices would be in the actual example of the products. And I think maybe that would be a little more cohesive if we got examples of prices on both sides, so that we could keep thinking about what we're supposed to be thinking about instead of being all over, which I felt all over in that. So I'm so sorry, but I think my time is about up. So thank you again.
Thank you.
Let me clarify, the rectangle is 320 acres, but the presentation is about 240, so that corner is cut out, so. That was a simple one to answer in a short period of time, so I figured I'd jump on that one.
Let's go with not wishing to speak in opposition, Shirley Leonard, 2136 East Warbler, Post Falls. No to zone change from R1 to R2. For clarification, it's not R2. Will impact increased traffic, schools, roads, fire department, police department, water, etc. Control our growth now. City planning must can't read that. City planning, a must. Already phone service is impacted. Not wishing to speak in opposition, Mike Schnettel. And I'm going to apologize to everybody. If I butcher your name, it's not intentional. Sometimes I can't read it, and sometimes I'm not smart enough to pronounce it. So please bear with me. It's not intentional. Opposed rezoning. No known need or justification for change of zone. No known impact study of new zone. Increase of noise. No added infrastructure. Denise Moore, 3694 Alfalfa Loop, Post Falls. Watching the explosive growth in our area is concerning. At the last meeting, there were valid points made regarding schools that are already almost at capacity. Only 2 ambulances and 2 fire engines. No change in 20 years. And the change in the atmosphere with apartments added to neighborhoods, my biggest concern is increased crime with multifamily added to single-family dwelling, as we have seen in Tullamore and Crown Point. I request it to stay as single-family dwelling. These were emails we received in opposition. Carrie Chapin, 1825 North Stagecoach Drive. I'm a Post Falls resident, plan to attend the meeting tomorrow evening. I am writing to share my opposition to the zone change request of North Place East. With all of the recent infrastructure challenges in the past few weeks, I do not believe rezoning to allow for more dwellings is not in the best interest of our community or infrastructure, nor our natural resources. Please consider all changes in zoning and annexations as well as new annexations until all levels of infrastructure challenges are resolved and prepared for growth. This is from Megan Elizabeth Empey, and there is no address. I, Megan Elizabeth Empey, wholly oppose the North Place zone change. If you need my address, please notify me. Mike Empey, again, no address. I want to let you know I'm against the North Place zone change proposal. This is from Anita Poland. Save the aquifer in our community. Vote no on rezoning. Ruth Dixon. I do not see an address here either. Absolutely no to this zone change. Whoever's behind this has to be out of their collective minds. Our area is about to look like utter trash with nothing left behind to depict the beauty of North Idaho. FYI, it seems like a huge building project is in the plans for north of the reserve. I think that was I'm sorry, I'm just trying to read and see if this was part of her comment.
That was part of an email that went out to all the
Okay,
residents.
so that was a solicitation for comments. Thank you. Mike Bates, no address. I'm writing to you to state emphatically that I support a moratorium on building subdivisions on the Rathdrum Prairie. There is insignificant infrastructure to support mass building at this time. Chris Huxford, Post Falls resident. Dear council members and mayor, I have just recently moved to your beautiful state and city. I observed over the last 8 months when I have been here the massive land grab to develop massive amounts of homes and apartments. I came from Western Washington and saw a change over the last 30 to 40 years to pure overdevelopment and massive overcrowding and too much traffic. I am seeing this starting to happen here, and one of the reasons we moved was to get away from that. You do not have to develop every last acre of land. You have a choice to say no, considering that most of the citizens do not agree with this. I'm seeing the prairie disappear right before my eyes. It's so beautiful and peaceful to see the hay and alfalfa fields. I believe that Rathdrum and the Coeur d'Alene tribes have opposed such a terrible idea. You're making a huge huge mistake by just saying we're going to grow, we can't stop it. Well, I can tell you, you can stop it by stopping approving every plan the huge developers try to sneak in. Anytime that there is construction, all the costs involved with the mitigation, permits, land use acts, infrastructure has to come from their pockets. Your roads, schools, fire, and police cannot handle all this massive amounts of people coming in. Yes, I am new here, but I already have permits waiting for the last 4 months. Highway 41 is super dangerous. You need lights along the highway for night driving and a stoplight at every intersection. I've seen posts of so many wrecks in the last 2 months. 4 lanes may work for a while, but not for years. You need to think of what is fair to the communities you are representing. If you think it's okay to keep this up, you will no longer be a representative. We need responsibility and planning. Open spaces to benefit the entire North Idaho community. So many people, too many people, that are lifeline residents are losing their homes due to this ridiculous land grab going on. I lived in a community of 20,000. When I moved there 20 years ago, it was around 6,000 to 7,000 people maybe. Our schools were not overcrowded until the people in charge decided to just allow any development to be built. As a result, the schools are so overcrowded that there is no more land to build any more new schools. Most of our schools are located in the neighboring city of Everett. Those residents do not pay for them through taxes. They get to go to the better school district without paying higher taxes, without paying the high taxes we are paying. 15,000 kids in 14 schools, most of them located in the neighboring city. This needs to be brought to the citizens to allow voice their opinions and express their ideas ever before you vote on such a huge project, giving it the green light. Thank you for considering my thoughts and ideas. I've come from this very issue, and the school's roads were overrun by too many people. Road conditions were terrible due to too many vehicles traveling on them. Stop the madness now. My only comment is, you've been here 8 months, and we're complaining about growth. I understand people's concern about growth, but for me, it's really difficult when someone says, I moved here and now shut the door behind me. And I'm not trying to be critical of anybody, but I think there's got to be a little bit of common sense that goes on. You moved here, you've got a place to live, now shut the door and don't let anybody else come. So I just had to share that, because 8 months does not make a lifelong resident. If you want to see change, ask me. I've been here 65 years. Yeah. Maureen Marion, put the brakes on Greenstone zone change. Building more apartments and smaller homes does not fix the problem. It creates new ones, as in more people stuck behind renters. Post Falls does not have infrastructure to do this. We have energy issues as seen with the extreme heat. Schools are already full before being built. 3-story apartment complexes are awful to look at, create traffic, and the area does not at this time have decent paying jobs to sustain this growth. Building more will only give money to the developers to rent to people and not help those that want single-family homes. You are handing developers the keys to the city, while those of us that live near here are tossed to the side. Tara Pauley, 1476 North Nooksack Drive, Post Falls. I am against Greenstone Kootenai two LLC's request to rezone approximately 239.63 acres in the city of Post Falls from single-family residential R1 to the zoning residential mixed RM zoning district, and I urge the City Council to vote no. A zone change such as this would not be in the best interest of a city that is already struggling to keep up. The rolling blackouts were a confirmation and just another example of our community's resources being overloaded. I echo my fellow citizens' concern that this will force Post Falls landowners to pay even higher taxes to cover the expansions of schools, law enforcement, and fire rescue in order to accommodate a mass increase of renters. I agree with other resource concerns regarding water, waste management, and traffic. Most of all, I'm concerned that this will only compound our housing shortage, inflated home values, and make it even more impossible for locals to afford to buy a home. This is an opportunity for the city to decide to choose to support single-family home growth and healthy community growth, or support the pockets of big builders and continue to overload the system. Will we become a city of renters lining the pockets of big builders and condemning the community to only be able to afford an apartment, or will we take steps to support a healthy community? I urge our leadership to do the right thing and vote no. This is from Teresa Marks. I'm writing to ask you to vote no on the items on the agenda tonight regarding excessive growth. This includes the North Place East and Greenstone developments. This rampant growth needs to stop. Yes, we can have growth without it being at breakneck speed. In the last few years, this area has had an explosion in growth to the detriment of all the existing residents who are your constituents. Your responsibility is to existing residents, not to future ones and the developers. Who is going to pay for all the additional roads, schools, fire and police staff, and water and electrical infrastructure? Is it going to be all of us existing taxpayers? How about the fact that a Vista couldn't keep up with the electrical demand during the last heat wave? That is unprecedented and will continue and intensify if you don't help bottleneck this growth. All of the things that make this a great place to live and that is driving people wanting to come here are becoming ruined by the unbridled growth. Just because the projections have large growth doesn't mean you need to facilitate it. We need you guys, our representatives, to have the best interests at heart and slow down the growth. You can say no. We are watching your actions and we'll vote accordingly. Jay Vogel, 1213 East Bogey Drive, comments. I oppose the zoning application for 239.63 acres, North Place zone change from R1 to RM. My main reason for opposition is the undesirable effect of overcrowding and increase in hazardous traffic conditions, both of which will result if the rezoning is approved. William and Robert Fay, 3466 White Sands Lane. The answer, this is a public comment form, so is the requested zoning district compatible with street classifications, traffic patterns, etc.? They say no. In view of the recent blackouts we have experienced recently, this will likely overburden our current utility system, i.e. water, gas, sewer, and electric. Number of family units, 1,400, would be tremendous undue burden on local street systems. Currently, Idaho Prairie and Greens Ferry are not designed for this proposed traffic load. The rest of it was just not really common. Is a request for commercial or high-density residential? And they responded no. Is a request for industrial? No. So their comments were on, as I break that. Last comment, please, again, I don't have access to this plan. As a citizen, I say no because we already have a glut of multifamily dwellings, apartments. I'm not opposed to single-family housing, but commercial and apartments are not acceptable. Joshua Hensley, 1360 East Warm Spring Avenue, Post Falls. Please say no to R1 to RM zoning. This will allow 1,400 homes in a small area. If the community would stay R1, it would be likely that there would be only around 800 homes. This will impact our already full school by doubling the amount of homes going to it. It will already be hard enough for the schools with the 800 homes that can be built in this area. For the fact that the school district hasn't said anything doesn't mean anything. Unfortunately, the current head of the board for the school states that they will just have to put kids in MOMA units until they get bonds passed to pay for more schools to be built. This goes against the approval criteria that citizens will pay no more than their fair share of cost. We do not even have land nearby to place a school for these upcoming children. We also have to stop allowing builders to have more and more homes on less property. The already approved PUD for this community already goes against the 6,500 square foot Post Falls building regulations, which is the smallest in the county, and is not even trying to match the community to the south. It sickens me as a Post Falls resident that a builder is so confident that they will get a smaller lot approved that they have already set the two driveways for the two houses that will be behind my one backyard that this development will back up to, and no, this section has not yet been approved by the city of Post Falls. The city has already allocated 377 acres to high density and moderate density homes. This is around 6,800 dwellings. The problem isn't allocating more land for higher density, it is waiting for those builders to build on their land. This unfortunately was the most recent data I could obtain from the Planning and Zoning Division in the city and doesn't account for the acreage that has been recently annexed into the city under RM, allowing 20% to be high-density homes, or the R2 zoning that was just approved along the river. We already have a strain on our current infrastructures. Schools, emergency services, and transportation services are already hindered, and we still have lag. Builders are not keeping up with the demand, and why would they? Greater demand allows them to obtain higher prices per building. For example, multiple agents working for Greenstone state that they are only putting out 2 homes per month over 3 cities. There's already a lot of land allocated for high-density homes. We just have to wait for the builder to decide to build on their currently R3 zone land, not change more land from R1 to R3 or RM. Schneidmiller received 2 acres back because he did not put in the right-of-way where it was already designated. This has caused current residents backed up to this property to spend thousands of dollars in fixing their backyards because of this action. One of the excuses used to get back this property is that by having an alley is known for increased crime, yet wants to place alleyways in the community he is building. The same council that decided to give the land back to Schneidmiller because of possible increase in crime through this alley also want to approve higher density that's being requested with the plans of placing these increased crime anyways. Lastly, the 45-foot height that could be resulted from approving this rezoning will have many homes lose the beautiful sight of Rather Mountain. The 35-foot height restriction can and should be imposed as requested by one of the representatives on the planning board. Syringa is a minor collector road that is only meant for 1,500 to 5,000 cars, unlike the Prairie and Idaho Street that are higher road classifications that these types of buildings should be placed on. I think we go back to the comment on the properties that the Schneidmillers took back. As I recall, if I'm not mistaken, that was property that people did not own but were using to access their lots. So it was not theirs to use in the first place. So,
And Mayor, could you also correct the statement about them already putting in driveways? I believe that is the subdivision that has been approved, that they've started moving dirt on, if I'm not mistaken. John, is that correct? John?
I believe if it's not, it's already approved for R1 anyway.
Yeah,
but-
it's already approved for R1, that subdivision?
The 37-acre one?
Yeah.
Is that the one we're talking? Yeah, it's already been approved
Okay.
as a subdivision R1 PUD, and there was a vacation that took place that then went to the development to the north because the right-of-way had already, for Fieldstone, had already been dedicated to the south. So that was the rationale for the vacation was
Right.
the southern properties already received their their southern half as part of that, and then the northern half got their half at a later date. And the item about safety, the reason why alleys was deemed safety in that case was because the length, the stretch without any sort of cross streets or lights created a very long corridor and it was very unlit versus if planned alleys are oftentimes preferred because you can, at a shorter distance, are actually a potentially good design. So,
thank you.
Thank you. Sorry, Mayor, but I wanted clarification.
Thank you. Now, these are people wishing to speak, and again, please keep your eye on the clock. Dale Gibney, 1390 East Warm Springs Avenue. And these are all in opposition to.
You already read my name and my address, so I'll skip that. Like it or not, right now, you guys are all politicians, and your trust level and believability level is way below that of a used car salesman. And this seems like a shell game that's going on here with all of these numbers being thrown around and not even close to what the actual figures are. I can tell you I'll do everything I can to keep you from turning this city into California, which is what you're trying to do. I have not talked to anyone about this project that is against growth. They want responsible growth, and that's not what we're getting. You need to stop this density housing plan that do not allow the zoning change. You need to stop the density housing plan and not allow the zoning change for North Place or any other development in Post Falls. What you need to realize is this last heat wave has showed us that you don't have enough electricity right now to fund all of this. I'm not talking about just North Place. We're talking about all of Kootenai County that plays into this because everybody's building. They're taken out of the aquifer, they're taken out of the electricity, and it's not going to work. The heat wave was just showing us that. The other thing is, why are the wastewater fees increasing such a high rate? Do you not have enough impact fees to pay for the sewers? Is that what's causing that? Traffic's going to be a big problem. You haven't built the roads. The cars are coming, but the roads have not been keeping up. The high density is not resulting in lower cost housing or rental rates. I looked at one of the 6,000 square foot lots that get approved here in Post Falls, $620,000 for the house. Now, do you call that affordable for new families starting out? I don't. I don't know where he comes up with that $399,000 price for houses. What you should do is think about getting rid of the planning department, because you just rubber stamp whatever the builders come up and ask for, whatever the developers say. You guys are up here asking questions like you haven't already made up your mind on what's going to happen here tonight. But I can guarantee that when this is all over, you're all going to say, aye, approved. There are 5 of us who knocked on 250 doors in the neighborhood. Not one person said they were in favor of this high-density rapid development. At first, I thought all of you lacked common sense, and that was the reason you approved this. But I'm understanding now that there's some things coming down from Washington, D.C. that mandate this high-density housing, and you're just going along with it. Instead of sending off the warning to the citizens of what's going on here, you just go ahead and do it. Who would do that with what's the liberal policies coming out of Washington, D.C., other than liberal Democrats? You're pushing that agenda. Now, Mr. Mayor, you own, I think, live on 2.5 acres of land. If you're really behind all of this, why don't you build apartments on your property? That's what you're forcing everybody. Yeah, right. Most of the people that don't want this, they're forced into this housing because that's all that's available, this high density. Now, somebody said something about not being able to talk about the high crime rate that comes with high density housing. Are you out of your mind? You look at Chicago, Baltimore, New York City. Somebody better be talking about it, because that's what you get with high density housing. And you're just ignoring that. Other cities have fought this high density requirement that the government's throwing out, and they've won in court. Now, if you can't figure out how to do that, you're not the right people for the job. You're really not. I want you to know I've held back a lot on how I really feel about what you're doing. It's not good.
To answer your question on impact fees are not collected for wastewater. There is a capitalization fee that each user has to pay, and then they pay their share, their proportionate share for use. Impact fees are not collected for wastewater.
See, a lot of this stuff has to be changed. What are you doing about that? What are you really doing for the future of Post Falls?
We're charging a capitalization fee for anybody that hooks up to the sewer, and then we charge them their share of it. So
it's the same difference. It's just a different term than impact fees. Is that it?
No, it's totally different, because impact fees are only allowed for certain things.
And the wastewater fee, too, has gone up tremendously, because the permit that was given to us by the EPA is among the most strict permit that's ever been issued by the EPA for discharge into the river. So we had to redo the entire wastewater treatment center to a cost of $145 million. Otherwise, we all go to jail. And we don't have a wastewater plant. So that answers that question.
There are huge problems coming with this, and you're not addressing all of them.
Thank you, sir.
Just one question. John, I've never heard of any federal regulations being passed down to us that mandate us to, for our land policies and our housing on a zone change.
Like I said, I'll go back to the comp plan public process that we got comments from the citizenry of Post Falls that established the vision and the direction of the sections within the comp plan. We have a specific chapter on housing. There is a specific goals and diversity of housing, which means how do you get away from single family, whether it's 400 or 650,000, either one's out of the range of an entry-level home, or multi-family housing. So you got those two products. And I already spoke about earlier in my presentation about the fact that we no longer create entry-level homes, and it's been diminishing since the 1970s. So coupled all that together is kind of how we got here with the RM zone, of which had its own public process too. So we respond less to the federal government, but more about the comments we get through our own public process and how we respond to that with our master plans.
Okay,
Thanks,
thank
John.
you.
Next up, Mr. Flowers, 3914 East Maplewood.
Bob, wake up.
You didn't hear you at first.
Oh, sorry, Bob. Thought you heard me.
Let's take a break. I gotta pee.
Bob Flowers,
3914 East Maplewood.
Got it right.
I've heard a lot of things tonight, but what I haven't heard is why. Why do we need another 200 residents in this already huge development that's laid out as R1? You folks have brought up tonight the rolling blackouts that occurred on the other side of the border. What hasn't been brought up is Greens Ferry Water District, or water system. They hit a new all-time high this last week. Was it 800 million gallons? Anyway, when the largest they'd ever done before that was 550 million gallons. Right now, we got a problem. We got a real problem when it comes to the infrastructure and the resources that are available. We have no business, in my opinion, and that's all it is my opinion, to allow another 200 or 300. We heard from Mr. Schneidmiller that they will probably not do this, that they may not do that. They could do it. But to be honest with you, maybes and could be's and probably nots aren't a contract. And I just don't believe we should change because a developer comes in and changes. Everybody that has any sense, when they buy their home, when they build their homes, they do their due diligence. They check around, they look, they check out the zoning around them. They find out what's going to happen. Well, these days, you can't do that because it's changing. Every other month, there's more changes come down the line, more changes. And these people, it's like those poor folks that you built an island around up there by Prairie and Pleasant View. Beautiful, nice homes on 5 acres. All of a sudden, they're surrounded by commercial, by high density, and by a high school. And we're ruining North Idaho. Mr. Mayor, you said that somebody that's only been here 8 months doesn't have a right.
That's not what I said.
Doesn't have a right to close the door behind them or whatever it was that you said. Well, I went to school here. That's how long I've been here. And I'm telling you, what's happening out there on that prairie is a disaster right now. And driving down Prairie Avenue, there's this section here that's about this wide, and then there's some that are this wide, and then there's some that's this wide. And you got houses going in every place. I believe that if you could get the numbers from the planning department, actually know how many places we've already approved, how many apartment complexes, how many single-family homes, how many have actually been approved at this point before we go approving any more. Because even 200 houses more right now is too many.
Thank you. Time's up. Thank you, Mr. Flowers. Next up, Don Schaefer, 1074 East Stony Brook Loop.
Name's Don Schaefer, 1004 74 East Stony Brook Loop, Post Falls. I had a lot of things I was going to say, but as I was listening to everybody tonight, I've changed a lot of things I was going to ask about. And one of the things that was brought up was this, the thing I have a big hang up on is commercial. Why do we have to have commercial in the middle of a residential area? And you got that whole area that was designated and it said multifamily, commercial, and what we're looking at was almost 75% of that stretch from Prairie Road down to the bottom of that property on Syringa is going to be either commercial or, like the last gentleman said, possibilities. Well, we can't live off of possibilities. We check things out. When we moved into our house in the Fieldstone development, that was one of the things we were looking at, is what is around the area, and R1. And that's what we wanted. That's why we bought into that neighborhood, was because it was a single-family residential neighborhood. It didn't have any multifamily, didn't have any commercial, obviously. That was the last thing we wanted. And it was brought up that there was 9,000 plus people that live in that north part of Idaho, or north part of Post Falls, that don't have any commercial type connections. Well, if you put a commercial into this development, how many of those 9,000 people are going to flock into this area and inundate that area? If you want to have multifamily, why don't we have the multifamily where more of the commercial development is at, where they can have easy access to it if that's what they choose. We don't choose to have commercial. We walk all the time. We like the open spaces. If there's something wrong with our R1 classification that we can't have parks or more open spaces, why are we not looking and revisiting that and saying, well, why do we have to say, well, it has to be RM where it has all this other stuff in it? Why can't it be an R1 designation or something else where you say you have to have open spaces, bike paths, walking paths, whatever it happens to be, and have, HOA or whatever it is, address these issues. But why don't we look at things like that to help with these issues that we got? Otherwise, we're just going to be overrun. It just looks like we're taking and trying to cram so many people into a small area. And why, in the middle of this residential area, are we trying to put a mini city? That's what it looks like to me, where you have all this other kind of development going on in there, whether it's multifamily, single family, commercial, whatever it happens to be. It looks like a mini city to me. And I lived in a place that had a townhome. I hated it. I didn't like it at all. It was crowded, it was overrun, and people everywhere, and it's very transitory. It may start out where you got people that aren't moving, but eventually things happen. Every year, somebody's got this place up for rent. You never know who your neighbors are going to be. It wasn't a very good feeling. And then we did have a lot of crime in the neighborhood too. And I don't want to relive that. I don't want to see that happen in North Post Falls, or really anywhere in Post Falls. It's too good a community to be having just trying to put urban city in the middle of a rural area. I just don't see where that is going to gain us anything. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Schaefer. Next up is Julie Hensley, 1360 East Warm Springs.
Hi. I'm here today that you do not grant requests to change from R1 to RM zoning because Greenstone's current plans go against the approval criteria and do not reflect the goals of the Post Falls Comprehensive Plan. The changes against approval criteria. Amendments to the zoning map should be in accordance with the future land use map. According to the future land use map, there should be commercial nodes along Prairie Avenue, and the rest is R1 zoning. Commercial and high-density rental zoning is typically assigned along streets with a higher volume road classification. Currently, they are asking for neighborhood commercial and high-density homes, mostly along Syringa Street, which is a minor collector road that's only supposed to house 1,500 to 5,000 vehicles a day. Adding the high-density homes and neighborhood commercial to this area puts an undue stress on Syringa Street. My kid has to cross that street to go to the elementary school. This zone change also goes against the developer has adequate plans to ensure the community will bear no more than its fair share cost. This last week, Post Falls residents incurred rolling blackouts because of too much demand in our power grid. We had hospital power get turned off because of this. How scary that a community at its current size can't ensure that even our hospitals can have power. And yet approval for more and more homes is being granted by this council. We've already had our water waste go from $40 a month to $60 a month. What's going to happen to our power costs is they will need to build more and more on our current residents' dime. I'm very concerned for our future generations' education here. Greens Ferry Elementary School already has 421 students this year and a max capacity of 500 students. Because of COVID, the district has 200 known students not enrolled this year and cannot determine the percentage of growth that we have endured over the past year. The boundary map for Greens Ferry Elementary School currently supports around 1,300 homes. This number of students doesn't even account for the 141 high-density homes in Crown Point that are currently being built, the 140 homes that are approved in North Place East already, the Hayden Homes development around Kildare, the Hallmark Homes along Greens Ferry. All of these homes are going to impact Greens Ferry Elementary School. Where are these children going to go to school? Just having the 809 homes built on this plot of land, which is realistic, because 5 homes, according to John Manley, per acre is not realistic. That means they have no roads. Even the PUD that was just put in place on the current acreage goes against the 6,500 unit lots. And so it's really 960 would be even pushing it. So say 1,200 homes is going to go in that area is very unrealistic. It's more 800 to 900 homes. And let alone if you approve the 1,400 homes in this area, the school is out of luck. They're going to go in these little mobile units that they're okay with. The city of Post Falls had to revote to get school levy passed that requires only 50% support of our community for schools because the first time it failed. And yet you expect multiple bonds to be passed by 66 and 2/3 vote to get these schools built in our very near future. The land for these schools isn't even near this property. The residents are already saying no to levies and bonds. We are not making sure that future land development is supporting necessary infrastructures needed to support the population growth. Lewiston could not get a bond passed for 20 years, making children go to school in unsafe conditions. Having higher density homes and not supporting commercial infrastructure is hindering our communities. Having RM zoning does not require the builder to place commercial buildings, but instead gives them the option to do so, or build more high density in its place instead. Their draft plans already showed that they might or might not put in these infrastructures along inappropriate minor collector roads instead of the more logical locations along Prairie, which is actually designated for that type of traffic volume. Yes, the community realizes that we are a growing community, but we need to be smart in protecting our community by ensuring that schools, police, fire, EMS, and proper medical services are in place to care for our community. The builders need to be accountable to ensure that proper infrastructure is in place for the city's future and not putting a burden on its current residents.
Ma'am, could you wrap up, please? Your time's up.
All right.
And I've got to tell you, you got a lot in there, so you were really.
Let me tell you, I've been practicing and I knew I'd go over that 4 minutes.
You were really watching the clock, so thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you very much. I just want to make sure I get this right. In opposition, not wishing to speak, Jim Elliott. Is that correct? Assume it is. In opposition, not wishing to speak is Marlene Elliott. In opposition, not wishing to speak, John Fair?
Favor.
I'm sorry?
Favor.
Favor, thank you, sir. And all of those, to your question, are Post Falls addresses.
Great, thank you.
Wishing to speak, in opposition, Robert Whitehead. Mr. Whitehead, I've received copies of your comments. Is this what you're going to read?
No, that's an email.
Okay.
Well,
we'll listen to your comments.
Okay, because I've made so many changes to my comments after your comments and the other comments.
Listen to yours.
Okay.
And again, I don't know if I may have read it, but 1151 East Warm Springs Avenue.
Right. Well, I'm going to take a different approach because Councilman Wolf made a great statement. He asked a question, why now? Since this is down the road sometime. And what I'm proposing is that the council not vote on this tonight, but address 10 or 11 questions as a council, not to us, but among yourselves, that you address a number of questions. Is there an overall growth and development plan for the city of Post Falls? Okay. If there is a plan, is it current and up to date? And has the plan been presented aggressively to the community using all forms of media so everybody knows what's going on? Okay? A question is population growth, including the rezoning of land areas, say from R1 to RM, is that a focus of the council? Okay? How does the present proposal fit into the overall development plans of Post Falls? Okay? From my perspective, I think Post Falls is growing top-heavy on high-density development. So here's some other questions. How many high-density housing developments currently exist in Post Falls? How many high-density developments or complexes are currently under construction? How many high-density complexes have been approved for future development? And how many requests are currently in process for high-density complexes? My question is, does Post Falls really need another high-density development in this location? Now, the key thing is there a master plan for the growth and development of our community? If there isn't, then how can you vote on this tonight? Okay? Please come up with some answers for those questions and share them with the community. Thank you.
Thanks, sir. Wishing to speak in opposition, Michael Shellstraight, 2900 North Sandtrap Way.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. 2900 North Sandtrap Way, been a resident of Post Falls for 28 years, seen an awful lot of growth. I can't say that I've resisted it or supported it, but I heard some people talking earlier this evening about the need to have controlled growth. And I'm getting a little concerned that with all the chaos and political issues in the last few years, that the growth is kind of getting a little bit uncontrolled. And I'm concerned about the infrastructure. I live just off of Idaho Road, and I've seen Idaho Road go from a gravel road to a pretty darn busy road right now. And with this proposal facing us, could be a 4-lane highway pretty soon going in from Prairie into Celtice. I'm concerned about the infrastructure, the support for the first responders, police, fire, and if that's been proactively reviewed and discussed and created within the plan for the growth of Post Falls. Also, is there going to be enough educational opportunities, land for schools, private schools, public schools in the future for Post Falls as well? I think maybe more emphasis should be placed on the arterial on Highway 41, where quite a bit of infrastructure is currently being developed, and that might make more sense in the future. But I am concerned about the impact on the prairie and the current infrastructure. So thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Shellstraight. Next is David Leonard, 2136 East Warbley Lane. I am not going to read your comments, sir, because I'm assuming you're going to talk to him.
I am a different approach. Thank you very much. My name is David Leonard, and I moved here in August of last year from a lovely little town called Cascade, population 700 or 800. But I was born in Brooklyn, New York, so I know what city living is. I'm 81 years old. I'm a retired registered civil engineer with the state of Idaho. My career began in developments. I was a surveyor while in school as an engineering in training. I worked in an office doing design work on plat location and so on and so forth. one of the things, and I don't really wish to comment on much of what's already been said about the need for these, but one of the things that in the late 70s in Nevada, there was a term used, and I believe it was called Development Consequences Trust Account. Now, when this guy builds this subdivision, he's going to address water by burying water pipes. He's going to address sewage by burying sewer pipes. The garbage would be taken care of on the streets that he's going to build, all at his cost. The natural gas, those lines will be put in that subdivision at the time the subdivision is developed. Telephone, internet, all of the rest of the infrastructure, the initial cost of the transport facilities will be in there. However, there are development consequences such as a new water treatment plant, a new sewage treatment plant, a new land use, a refuse plant, either transfer stations or landfills. Those are all future costs, and they used to be called unidentified residual costs. I live on a fixed income. My Valley County property tax statement had about 5 line items on it. And it was $492 a year, a half year, twice a year, so that's around $900. My bill this year was $1,462 for my residence, and that was a half year also. So that's a pretty significant increase. And I also noticed on a tax bill, there's about a dozen line items that make up the budget. Most of them look like unidentified residual costs of development. New schools, water treatment plant, sewage treatment plant. My biggest concern living on a fixed income is the continued improvement of further development. And I don't mean to say close the door because I'm here now. But my problem with continued development is the residential developer that's going to make millions of dollars off this project, or at least hundreds of thousands, is not going to be responsible for what happens 5 to 8, 10 years down the road. But I have learned who is the escrow account for those costs. Me and all you people out there that pay taxes. In the future, you will pay for what the developer didn't pay. And I don't know how you solve that problem, but after getting out of the residential development, I got into industrial construction, and I got a long ways away from this topic. This came to me quite quickly because somebody knocked on my door. Matter of fact, I think I saw him here. Knocked on the door and dropped off this little piece of paper. And I became kind of interested in coming in here because...
Sir, your time is up. Can you wrap up your comment?
Yep. My concern is future costs that are not addressed in the development approval by the city councils and planning commissions.
Thank you.
Linda needs a break.
Can we take, we're almost through these, and there's going to be deliberation. Can we take a quick 5-minute recess here?
Yeah.
Okay. We're going to take a quick 5-minute recess, and hopefully it'll be sooner.
And leave, and then he takes a recess.
Shelley?
Give you a thumbs up.
Call the meeting back to order and remind everyone we are still in our public hearing. Next person wishing to speak in opposition, Vern Burgess, 1731 East Warm Springs.
Hi, thank you for allowing me to speak. And I'm in opposition for much of the same reasons that we've heard all night, and we are beating a dead horse. Councilman Malloy, you mentioned a really good thing about why the increase. And the gentleman that just spoke addressed some of those issues. My concern is great for the schools and all the other infrastructure issues. Not against growth. I moved here intentionally several years ago. I understand why people want to come here. However, my concern is where I came from. I watched explosive growth take place. I watched traffic jams. Just coming here tonight, there was gridlock blocking, getting onto the freeway, just, now. So what I propose and what I think I hear other people saying is, how do we more responsibly deal with these things? Idaho Street with 1,400 potential new residents, that means approximately 2,800 cars moving out, as the gentleman said, onto Idaho Street that once was a gravel road, now it's a 2-lane road. Can't imagine the traffic impact that will take place there. Pulling out onto that street so I can get onto Prairie, making a left onto Prairie now, off of Idaho Street is a dangerous situation. And so what I propose and what I would like to see happen is infrastructure take place first, or at least coincidental to it. Where are the schools going to go? Councilman Wolf, you mentioned that the schools were contacted and everybody approved. That has to be taken with a grain of salt because those people are appointed by the community, and so they have to kind of step back. I live next door to a principal who's out knocking doors trying to raise money for his school, or through the levies. And my own grandchildren have been approached and said, would you like to go to another school? They go to Greens Ferry. We specifically bought that home so they could walk to school. Now they're saying, go somewhere else. Would you like to go somewhere else? No. These children that are going to come into this new development, where are they going to go to school? Oh, Greens Ferry. Nope, sorry, it's full. And so I'm not seeing anything developed around this to support what's going to take place. And so, again, it's more about pump the brakes, let's look at this and try and figure out how we're going to do it, because you are asking good questions. I'm just not sure you're getting sincere answers. And in regards to being at these planning meetings that you kind of implied, like, if you weren't here before, too bad. A prior young woman mentioned, how are we getting informed? To see a little yellow sign this big going the speed limit at 25, you can't read those. And so we have to do a better job of really soliciting, because I was one of the people who went out and knocked doors. There was not one person who said, yay, I'm into this. And so that needs to be taken into consideration. That's why I'm opposed.
Thank you, sir. Next up is wishing to speak. It says currently in opposition. That's Jeffrey Ewart.
Mayor, Council, thanks for the opportunity to speak. Came here right after work, so I haven't had dinner yet, so my sugar's a little low. So starting to crash a little bit, so I'll try to...
So is ours, so we're
right,
good.
Yeah. We're all on the same page, so I'll try to be brief. It's kind of similar to what's been said in terms of, sounds like we have pretty similar concerns in terms of infrastructure, water, electricity, roads, schools, all the above. And kind of echoing what was just shared before, my question is then, like, do we have plans currently in place to build roads, to revamp electricity, sewage, water? What are the plans currently, and kind of what's the timetable on those? Those are some questions that I have. Because I agree, I mean, we live in a beautiful area, and I agree that, people want to come here, but I think we should be, wise about how we do it. So I think that's, in a nutshell, kind of my concerns. And again, my questions are then, what are the current plans to address those concerns in terms of building schools, in terms of water, in terms of electricity and roads and whatnot? I don't know if we have any plans currently in development that can be shared with the public, but if we do, that'd be great to hear. I don't know if that's something that would be appropriate here in this setting or in a different setting.
No, what I would say on that is there are master plans in wastewater, water, streets, parks, comprehensive master plan. So to answer your question, are there plans yet? Those are all addressed. They're all updated. So that would be the plan. Those would be the plans that you would ask about. Of course, schools, school district, that's their bailiwick, not ours, but I appreciate your comments on that as well.
Okay.
And all those plans are available on the Post Falls website as well, so anybody can see those.
Perfect. I'll check that out. Master plan, when you say master plan, is you mean kind of like an objective statement, kind of like an MO, like this is our
They look
overall
at
goal?
their current system, what the capacity is, what the projected growth is, and how our systems are prepared to meet that, if you will, or what we need to do. Yeah, they do take into consideration the growth.
Gotcha. So that sounds like more kind of general, like goal type of a master plan. Is that correct?
I wouldn't say goal as much as the target, what we need.
Right.
So more than just a goal, what we need to do to make sure that we've got the capacity to handle the growth.
Gotcha. In terms of then plans, more action plans of actual roads that we're working on, do we have those available to the public?
I think we can get that information. I mean,
I didn't hear, did you say
So
roads?
actual,
Roads that are being
yes,
worked
like
on?
Yes,
more
so we do
specific
have a
action
master
plans.
transportation plan that breaks down into those smaller goals of 5 and 10 years.
So we'll show you what's being worked on.
Okay, currently, so like, for example, like the Highway 41 4-lane development, that would be on that list as well.
That's a state
state-
highway.
That's state highway.
Right. Sorry, my bad.
So KMPO
True.
has a
Okay.
list of all of the regional and including the state, and they meet here once a month, but.
And what was it again, KMPO?
KMPO, Kootenai
KMPO.
Metropolitan Planning Organization.
Awesome.
And if
Thanks
you
so
have
much.
questions like that, feel free to reach out to staff and they can point you in the right direction.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Wishing to speak in opposition, is it John Hotine? Hotine, Senior. And I did give you fair warning that I would probably mispronounce names. John, there's a bunch, it appears that there are a bunch of tables attached. Were those?
I actually wanted each one of you guys just to look at what I had highlighted, because I had questions about it, that's all.
I will pass them out.
Okay, so I know I'm limited on time and I have quite a few things to say. I live on 740 East Tiger. I'm about 3 houses from the proposed multi-density. The part where he said the little bubble, the 55, I live like, I can look and see that from my house. Okay, so part of why I'm up here is because I've enjoyed the view of the prairie. I don't mind the alfalfa. I like being able to look at, I can see Rather Mountain, plus I can see Campfield Mountain. I can see the sun come up over Campfield Mountain. It's beautiful, I love it there. It's hard to see things changed. I've lived in Post Falls since 1988. My children were all born here. They were born at Kootenai County Hospital when it was a tiny little place. I think you guys all remember when the hospital was not much. And they actually built that for us on it was a county hospital. It wasn't owned by the corporation that's owned it now. You've lived here a long time, I've lived here a long time.
It's still a county hospital.
Is it still, even though it's privately funded?
Sorry, I'm sorry, Mayor.
Yeah, it's still
So
county.
that's something I don't agree with either. They make more profit than they should, and we're paying for it. Okay, so anyways, so there was a little bit about the infrastructure. I have a little bit to say, call BS on what he's saying over here about that the roads are already, I was in the planning meeting, you said the roads are already designated for the, they already meet the code for the amount of population, for the amount of density. Coming down Idaho Street, I see they're gonna make that into 3 lanes. I guess essentially there's gonna be a turning lane. They're gonna continue on, is that correct, down from how it is right now? When you come north from Pole Line, how Idaho Street is kind of 3 lanes with a turning lane? And that's how that's gonna continue. That's what I'm thinking. So it's not really gonna increase the traffic load because you just have a turning lane now. But there's still going to be just as many people going in one lane each direction. Down at the bottom of the hill on Idaho going north, when you hit Prairie, it's crazy. You're coming down the hill like this from Prairie, you're coming down the hill like this from Idaho, and then in the planning meeting that I was in, they said they're going to put a roundabout there. Really? And there's a train station that goes, or train tracks that go across there. They're going to put a roundabout there? Like, I know anything's possible, but I don't see that happening in the next 5 years. Maybe. They talked about, you were saying that maybe 5 lanes coming down Prairie all the way down to Pleasant View. Okay, I worked for the city of Coeur d'Alene when they were talking about making an exit at Hutter, and they were going to make all highway traffic go north on Hutter and bypass Highway 95 down through Coeur d'Alene. That was over 20 years ago, and they still haven't done it. And you know, when I voted last time to vote on the elections, during the September elections, that was on there. They wanted us to pass a bond, and that was one of the things that they wanted money for. They wanted money for that. They wanted more money for Highway 41. They wanted money for the interchange, you know, down at how they're redoing it. And to speak on that, I used to live here when that was a normal interchange at Highway 41 and I-90. It was normal. You had an off-ramp, an on-ramp, an off-ramp, an on-ramp. Now they got like 3 turn lanes to the left when you're going south, or 4. You get on the freeway, you can go onto Celtis, you can go this way, you can go that way, and now they're realizing it's a mistake and they're redoing it now. It's just crazy. But anyway, I know my time is limited. The reason about now, why now? It's money. Right now, it's money. If he changes it to RM, he can do pretty much carte blanche what he wants. He's telling you, oh, we plan on doing this or we plan on doing that. If somebody else comes along with a bunch more money and buys that from him because it got changed to zoning to RM, they're going to do whatever they want. I know Snidemiller's been here forever. I know his family's been here forever, and that may not happen, but it could. The other thing I wanted to say when I was here at the planning...
You got 4 seconds, sir, so...
Planning mission, Ryan Davis said to all of us while we're sitting here, it's his land and he can do what he wants with it. That's what he said. I'm like, why are we at a planning meeting?
Time's up. Thanks, sir.
Why are we here if you've already decided?
Time's up. Thank you. Next up is Liz Bigno, 1354 East Stony Brook Loop.
Good evening, and thank you. I guess my original question has already been answered about where the multifamily area was going to be placed in this. I live just 2 blocks north of where this whole section is. I worked in Section 42 housing for a short time many years ago, and I would be curious to know if this area that would be for the multifamily would be Section 42 housing. Section 42 housing has, generally speaking, not fair market value properties within there. You have to qualify to live in there. You have to qualify by having enough income, but not too much income. Generally speaking, it is very transitory. The people that come in there don't stay there very long. They're trying to, it's a short time in their life, maybe that they're working at an income, or they're on Social Security and so forth, and so they're not long-term residents that are staying there. I'm concerned about the property values changing. One of the people who spoke talked about 2 properties going to be, inside of, against where his one property was on Warm Springs. I can see that it's very disturbing to see postage stamped lots. Somebody else explained to me during the break that it's actually 800 and some units that would be, once you allow for the driveways and the streets rather, there would be not as many as 1,200 lots that would be there, but for only 800 homes. So the jump from 800 to 14 is a bigger jump when you include the multifamily units. I'm over 55. I think, I know we need more. I know we need more property, more units for people who want to move into the area. I get that. But it is, can we do it more responsibly? Can we wait? Can you wait? If no one here is speaking up in favor of this. We all live adjacent to this. Our view is going to be ruined. The style of the ease of the life that we have there is beautiful now. We've moved here, I'm from Western New York, and I moved here 7.5 years ago. I love it here, but I'm not saying close the door, but let's broaden things in a more, responsible, diligent way, get everything in place first. In biblical, there's scripture in the Bible that says, does somebody go ahead and build their house before they know if they can do it? Shouldn't we make sure we have everything in place first that could really accommodate what you want to do? I am concerned about crime. It's not just a question of who lives in the area, but when you pack so many people into a condensed area, it's not as good for people than if they have more space. People need space. If you put everybody in your household into one bedroom, there's going to be fights because people need some room, It's just not an unreasonable thing to ask that you would all wait and vote on this when it seems like it's more necessary. Why now? I agree. Why now? Why can't we wait? Can we please? I'm asking respectfully, can we please, the public, be given more time to consider this? Can you all be given more time to consider our passionate feelings and honest feelings? I mean, maybe where you live won't be impacted, but where we live will be impacted. And I don't have children in school, I don't have grandchildren here, but I'm sympathetic to, the needs of people who do have children of school age. The alleys, that's not a good thing, and I hope that our voice will matter tonight because not one person who has spoken is in favor of this. So I'm against it, and thank you very much.
Appreciate it. And last person wishing to speak, Dave Steinbach, 10345 West Prairie.
Well, I can say it's the first time I've ever been here, and I do want to say thank you for all you folks, because I'm actually seeing what you do, and I do see some actual concerns. And that's why I'm here to speak. I was just here just to see what was going on today, because it does impact where I live. But Mr. Wolf did bring up a question about a letter that was drafted by Mr. Chris Lawson. He is my neighbor. And looking at the prints here, if you go stand out on the front of his house, you will see apartments going in across the street. So that will answer your question on where he lives in reference to the plat that was shown tonight. I've seen a lot of growth here. I grew up here as a teen, played sports, graduated school, went on to college. As a matter of fact, I know a few of you sitting up here today. But I came back. I got married, raised a family, who also came and went to school here and graduated and are living here. So we have some roots here. And I do know the Steinmillers. My kids went to school with his kids, but I do want to ask Kevin, I got onyx, so I am a waterfowl hunter, so I do take of our area. And the land across the street, which is what we're looking at, is it now sold? Is it, because my onyx says it's Steinmiller Brothers LLC.
He's got to be on record, so when Mr. Steinmiller comes up to rebut, we'll ask him to answer that
Okay,
question
very good.
for you.
Like I said, first time, don't know much about it.
No problem.
But anyhow, when I built my home almost 20 years ago, 18 years ago, there was lots of land around me. I have 5 acres. Everybody on the north side of Prairie seems to have a lot of land. It's getting gobbled up on Prairie. If you go west on Prairie, there's a lot of houses that have been purchased and redeveloped. I just saw one of a good friend of mine, Dave Stockwell, just sold his home. I'll be curious to see if they build houses behind him. So another neighbor to the east of me, which is to the east of Chris, was offered to sell his place. He was solicited. He's not looking to move. And he's in his 80s. And he went to Chris and asked him, hey, they want to buy my property. Well, they want to buy his property to try to develop it. And I know it's not in this what we're talking about, but it kind of is, because the growth that we're seeing is just, it's exploding. As a kid, I used to ride my bicycle, because I couldn't drive, from Pine Villa to the ball field up on 22nd. That's how our city was. You could ride your bicycle. Now, you really can't without possibly getting hit by a car. So our growth is booming. I think there is a reason to slow it down. And I guess I've spoke a lot from a person who just wanted to sit here and see what was going on. But seeing that these apartments possible, is going to impact my view of what I used to see out my front door. Actually, I know I got 10 seconds. I did speak to one of the brothers at one time years ago, and he told me that they're going to build houses. I built a big rock wall, put plants on it, and now I have 20-foot trees to kind of block my view.
Okay, time's up. Thank you, sir. Mr. Steinmiller, rebuttal.
Mr. Mayor, I'll start with the question that Mr. Steinbach offered. He's correct. The property is currently owned by Schneidmiller Brothers Incorporated. We have a long-standing agreement to purchase property from the Schneidmiller family. When I say we, Greenstone Kootenai, we've done that with Montrose. So he is accurate. It's still owned by Schneidmiller Brothers, Inc. I'll be very brief. We understand the concerns of the people living around the project that we're proposing. We believe it's a reasonable proposal. We believe the 1,400 units is reasonable. We believe it's important for any community to offer the opportunity for different types of housing. And we believe this is a reasonable location. Again, that's why I agreed to a cap of 1,400 units. I believe Mr. Wolf or Mr. Malloy asked about capping it at two-story construction in the multifamily, and we would be agreeable to that. We do not believe this is a good location to be doing three-story multifamily. But again, responding to some of the infrastructure, we abide by all the city code and ordinances and state code, and we develop the necessary infrastructure that's required at the time it's required. And as I stated in my presentation, we will do that with this project like any other project that the city requires us to do. So again, all the collector streets and perimeter arterials will be improved. The arterials on our half of the property, the collector streets full section all the way through the project. Again, there will be, the commercial I want to emphasize is really a market-driven type of situation. You can't force that type of thing. You can offer the opportunity, and we believe it is a good location for some limited opportunity of 10, 15,000 square feet. You may get 3 or 4 users in there. Again, small users that accommodate that type of location. The other thing which staff in their report said, the development agreement runs with the land, and so once it's approved, regardless of what type of development agreement it is, it can't be changed without coming before this body. So that's pretty standard practice. We have one in the Montrose master plan community. That development runs with the land. So if somebody was to sell it, the buyer has to abide by that or come forth and request it to be changed. So those are my closing comments.
Any questions, Mr. Steinmiller? Thank you, sir. With that, I'll close the public hearing. And Carrie, let's start down at your end. This time we'll work the other way. Comments?
So I don't say, yeah,
Ditto.
well, all 6 of them said.
You get to start.
Thank you, everybody, for being here, keeping me up late. I just want you to know, our agenda for this meeting is 446 pages. We all take this pretty serious. This is a bit of a challenge for me. I like some of the things I saw in the plan, but it's already 1,100 single-family homes. And it has been since 2000s, for nearly 20 years. And even though it would put 300 more homes, it's a 15-year build-out, so it's not like all these people are going to be here next week driving on the roads. It's a tough one because I know the Schneidmillers. I know them to be reputable, good citizens of our community and have been for generations. But my inclination on this is to keep it at R1.
Mr. Wolf?
Well, I want people to know that we listen, because some people seem to think that we don't. I want to talk about infrastructure first. Different folks talked about the fact that why don't we pay for the infrastructure first before we build anything? There's a good reason for that, because the taxpayers would throw a fit if we were just building roads without a need for those yet. So we have to do those kind of at the same time as we're doing this. Yes, we do have master plans that tell us in advance where we're going to build and where we anticipate that there's going to be growth so that we can be ahead of the game. But the idea that we go out and improve all the prairie before we ever got close to it, I'm sure the taxpayers would be upset about that. People do not want to live near commercial. You're right, some people don't. Some people do. Happens in every big city or any even small city. Some people like to live near commercial. Thing to keep in mind is that no one's forcing you as individuals to live in any of this stuff that we consider. We kind of got off topic a little bit because we really are talking about a zone change from essentially 1,200 homes to possibly 1,400 homes. A lot of the comments tonight were about growth, and I understand that. I think if I went out and asked people, do you like taxes? They'd say no. Do you like growth? They'd say no. If I asked them, have you benefited from the growth? They would say no. But the reality is they probably have. They've probably gotten more hours at their job. Not the lady shaking her head. No, she's retired. She hasn't benefited from it. But a lot of people, there's 35,000 people in this community, a lot of them that aren't here who do benefit from growth, that don't have a problem with this, okay? 14th Amendment of the Constitution not only allows but dictates to every state that you cannot close the door. We have to allow people to come here. So it's not an issue of how do we grow, it's an issue of how do we manage the growth. We can't put up stop signs at the border and say, you can't come here. Constitution forbids that. We all live that. We all enjoy that. Issue came up about the aquifer. The aquifer is better off when we can take the wastewater and clean it up and not pump it through septic tanks back into the aquifer. Question came up about electricity. It's unprecedented that we had rolling blackouts. Well, I've lived in North Idaho 35 years. I've seen this before. It's not unprecedented. When the heat goes up like this, things like this happen. It's not all because of the growth. Schools. Yes, there are 2 sites already established by the school district for future schools. So to say that there's no land out there for the schools is not a true statement. There's already 2 pieces of land that are already established for schools to be built on. Taxpayers. Taxpayers are going to pay for this growth. We have not had a tax increase in Post Falls in 8 years, 12 years? 12 years. Who do you think's paid that growth? The growth in the community has actually paid for that lack of tax increases.
Let's clarify. I see you shaking your head. In the levy rate, we have not increased our levy rate.
Yes.
Your taxes have gone up because your house has appreciated, but we have not taken an increase in our levy rate, in the past 12 years, with the one exception where we had to offset the streetlight fees. So that's the point he was making.
And that
not
one,
you're
that one
taxed.
year, we traded a fee for a tax.
Yeah.
Issue with Greens Ferry came up. The issue with the Greens Ferry well is outside the city. I don't know why that would even come up. It's not a city issue. That there was some property surrounded out at Pleasant View and Prairie. No, that hasn't changed, and it won't change for several years. Why commercial? Gentleman asked about why would we put commercial in the middle of a residential area? There's a good reason for that. We create small communities and neighborhoods within themselves so people don't have to all drive down to Celtice or over to 41 to get services. If we put these commercial services near where they are, they can walk to them or they can have a much shorter commute. Plan. Somebody said, is there a plan? Do we have a plan? I think the gentleman had 10 questions or something like that. I think that was addressed. Yes, we have a comprehensive plan. We have a plan. We have master plans for everything. I like seeing everybody here tonight, but what's frustrating, I guess, to me is a lot of this stuff is already in place. And I would encourage you to come to more of these meetings or go on our website and learn more about the city rather than just getting upset over one particular issue that's hitting you right now. A lot of this stuff has been talked about for years. I've been sitting up here for 15 years, either on the planning and zoning or on the city council. So there's a lot of things out there, but I don't get emails. Ask me a question. I'll be happy to point you in the right direction. Carrie brought up the fact, the timing of this. This is not going to be overnight. We're not going to wake up tomorrow and have 1,400 homes built in that piece of property and all those citizens trying to cram out onto Prairie Avenue. This is going to take 15 years. We will adjust, just like we have over the last 15 years, to that growth, and we'll prepare for it. We have plans in place. There's a lot of talk about traffic. We have traffic experts that work for the city that talk to us about what's going to happen with the traffic. I know there's a lot of anecdotal information that comes forward that what are we going to do with all these cars? We're going to put all these cars out. We'll do the same thing we did 10 years ago or 15 years ago. We'll plan for it. We'll build streets. We'll widen the streets. We'll build roundabouts. We'll make it work. RM. RM actually gives us more control than we have right now. Right now, as it's zoned, Mr. Schneidmiller can build as many houses as he can get on there legally. RM gives us more control over how that will develop down the road. More, maybe not this council, but the future council will be able to look at that and say, does this fit the way it is, the way we want it to be? Somebody also mentioned property values. I don't know about you, but my property values have gone up sky high. If anything, I'd like to see my property values go down a little bit. That's all I got. I think if you have other questions, feel free to email me on my city email, and I'll be happy to answer your questions.
Joe.
Well, like a lot of people up here, I've lived in North Idaho. I'm one of the few, the proud, the North Idaho natives. I've lived here literally my entire life. Kootenai County since I was 7 years old, Bonner County prior to that. And I've been involved in a lot of these discussions, a lot of them via email and so forth about the growth. And yeah, it's been happening for a really long time. There was many years where I had zero idea where the key to my house was. Front door was always unlocked. Everybody I knew just parked their car in the parking lot, leave the keys in it, no problems. Those days are long, 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 long gone. Am I happy they're gone? No. But the freedom to travel amongst the states and reside amongst the states where you wish is actually older than the Bill of Rights itself. So the unfortunate thing, I guess, for those of us who kind of still long for the days when I didn't have to lock my front door, it's just they're gone, and it stinks. And like the mayor said, you know, it does get kind of funny to me when somebody says, well, I moved up from California 2 years ago and you got to stop this growth. Like, yeah, I wish I would have stopped 30 years ago. Having said that, I very much relate to what everybody said. I don't like it. It needs to be managed. We can't stop it. We shouldn't stop it. It would be immoral to stop it, unconstitutional to stop it. Just put up a wall and say no. However, in this case, I like the idea of having some, potential commercial in the middle of a neighborhood so people don't have to drive out and plug up the streets to go against something. I like that idea. I like the idea that not everybody wants to live or can afford to live in an unattached, single-family home. There's definitely a need for that, and a lot of that stuff can be very attractive, unobtrusive, et cetera. Mr. Schneidmiller says that a 2-story limit would be fine. The part that really gives me heartburn is that it's approved right now for 1,200 units, and I do not think that it would be responsible for us to go above that limit. So I've heard that there is no interest in lowering the cap to 1,200 units. So in that case, I would not be in favor of this proposal.
Thank you. Mr. Anthony.
Well, I beat Joe by a few years. I've lived here for 69 years, so I've seen a lot of changes.
Give me a chance, man.
Catch up. And I think we all knew changes were going to come to the prairie once the grass growers were banned from burning their fields. Basically, they were put out of business. So the only way they could make their property profitable again was by development. But that was the people that moved in, sued the grass growers, and put them out of business. So we had an issue there. When I was with the city of Coeur d'Alene, we proposed a sales tax to the county of an extra 5% to buy prairie land. And we collected it for about a year, the county did, then it was ruled illegal and the money had to be refunded. So people do care about the prairie. And unfortunately, if the builders can't build on it, then the public needs to buy it. I'm looking at it, and the property has been in the city, it's been annexed, and whatever is going to be built there is going to affect everything. It's R1 now. They build, it's going to affect the community. Greenstone does a first-class job on all their projects they build. What's built there, if it's R1, is going to be first class. I know it will. But I have to be honest with you, I'm not a big proponent of zone changes. I think it was zoned R1. I think the people, when they bought their homes around it, looked and did their homework and saw it was R1. And I just can't support the zone change.
Mr. Borders.
Well, I look at it a little differently. And tonight's facts from the presenters brought out the fact that there is some room for some change that we hadn't addressed years ago, and that would be neighborhood commercial type residences. And I think this is one area where if you look around the country, you're going to see these neighborhood developments occurring. So I think this is an opportunity for us to take a look at that in our own community. I like the 2-story limit on the housing there, the design of the homes. One of the things that didn't come out tonight, but I think needs to be brought out, is this bubble map that Kevin presented up here. Mr. Schneidmiller, sorry about that, Kevin. Presented up here is only a demographic of what might go in there. It's not the bottom line. So in each one of these little bubbles, there's going to be a whole lot more concise presentation there. So I think this is a little hard for everybody to get their hands to wrap around of, where the street's going to be and those kinds of things when it's unknown at this time. I like the idea of getting the park where we wouldn't get park in this area if we were just strictly R1. Again, we've increased our impact fees to pay for the infrastructure improvements, and we do have the master plans in place. And we're looking at a 15-year build out, so I could support this.
Thank you, Mr. Linda.
Well, I have several thoughts. I was on planning and zoning in 2002 when Fieldstone actually came to planning and zoning, and it seemed like we had quite a house full at that time. The people from Quail Run, Singing Hills, Prairie Falls, Harmony Place were all in opposition of Fieldstone, and actually Fieldstone turned out to be a very, very nice neighborhood. I've seen a lot of that. I was born and raised in Post Falls. I've never left here. I think that the pockets of commercial in developments like this is a trend. I don't necessarily think it's a bad trend. I think that the commercial that this type of housing project would support is going to be smaller than the 10% that this zone would allow. And there was a comment made by the little gal in the maroon back there that was very articulate, that said that if they didn't use the 10% in commercial, that they would turn the rest of that into high density. And I think that that has been already taken care of and made clear that that is not true. If they don't use the 10% in the commercial that they're allowed, that that would be used in single-family residential. So as far as the 200 extra units, I kind of am in agreement with the 239 acres, even though R1 you can have five homes per acre. Really, you wouldn't get that many in there. I agree with that. I think that's reality. I think everybody knows that. But I believe, again, sort of like a couple of these counselors have said, that the 10 to 15-year build-out, this isn't going to happen overnight. I do have a couple of concerns about the one traffic spot at Idaho and Prairie where it does dive down. I do have some concerns about that because I drive that all of the time, so I have some concerns about that. I'm sure that Mr. Melvin can maybe figure that out as this goes along. But I think that's kind of a dangerous spot, and I am, I feel like I always try to err on the side of caution. As far as, let's see, there was several comments that I wanted to address. The sewer fees going up, I think that was answered. That's a federal mandate for our TMDL, and that is a long-range upgrade to our wastewater treatment center. People who have just moved here or are uninformed citizens that get up and raise their voices at us and threaten us, I think is totally uncalled for. And honestly, I've spent 4 terms up here. I intend to run again. You can threaten me all you want to, but I do a good job. My heart is in this city. I've been here 65 years, and I am going to be in favor of the project. Thank you.
Let me weigh in. I like the mixed use, but I'll be very honest. Many years ago, there was a proposal next to the property that I owned that they wanted to put commercial, and I was not in favor of that. Of course, they were talking about a gas station. So I could go either way on commercial in neighborhoods. I've seen it in many neighborhoods where it works very well. That doesn't mean I either like it or dislike it. And people make the comment, we can walk to the grocery store to get a quart of milk instead of having to drive. I'm used to driving, so that part of it doesn't bother me. But I'm somewhat undecided on whether or not I think the commercial property in a residential zone is a good thing or not. And again, it goes back to the type. If you've got a little restaurant, you got coffee shops, et cetera, that may make sense. What I like about the RM is that under R1, there is no open space. So the developer can go in and fill it with houses, whether you get 800, 900, 1,000, whatever it is, there is no park. There's no requirement for park. There is, someone asked, well, why can't you change it? Because this was already approved in 2000 under those rules. You don't change rules after the fact. Multifamily. I understand your thoughts, and I've publicly stated that when is enough on the multifamily? The difference I see here, though, is what has been proposed, and again, it's proposal, I understand that, it can change. It can change. But that's why I think the density limit is important, because that goes with the property. But what I saw in this multifamily is not the 3-story, 200 and 300 unit complexes that we're seeing elsewhere in town. You drive around Crown Point. I don't know how many hundred are in there. This is not, from what we have been shown, again, subject to change, it's not that type of multifamily project. It is, I like the fact that you've got a 55 and older. I like the fact that there's a multifamily unit attached to that because it appeared to be small in number, but it does address those who want to live here, don't want to own the property, and are over 55. You talk about the view, and several people said, you know, we like looking at the prairie, we like looking at the mountains. I understand that. I bought my house, my neighbors were a barn and 2 silos. And now I'm surrounded by Montrose. And I don't care what anybody says, Montrose did a nice job on that. You talk about the view, drive up Chase Road and look out at Montrose. Yeah, you see a lot of houses, but you see over 1,000 trees out there as well. They do not go in and just throw up houses without taking into consideration the aesthetics, et cetera. They've done a very nice job on the building side of it. I was disappointed after the P&Z meeting when the local newspaper headline was that the commission had approved 1,400 new homes. That was not correct. Again, in theory, 1,200 up to 1,400. So I'm torn because I can see your concern. I would like, as Mr. Malloy said, to see, although you've agreed to put a density restriction on it, I'd like to see that, you know, kept where it is. I would like to see, if there is going to be a multifamily component, I like to see it more, if you've got a big area, in one spot that is not surrounded by houses at this point, so the people that buy those houses know that they're going to be looking at multifamily. And I understand that, you know, building guidelines or planning guidelines say it makes sense to put it on busier roads. So I see a lot of merit to this. I understand the concerns. But again, I think when we're looking at additional 200 units, I would like to be able to lower that, but I think there's been some concessions given on stories, number of stories, and on the density. So those are my thoughts. Who would like to float a motion?
I would move to approve the North Place zone change with the restriction that the 2-story restriction and limited to 1,400 units.
Second.
Motion second. Further discussion? Shannon, please take the roll.
Thorson,
Nay.
Borders,
Aye.
Wolf,
Aye.
Anthony,
Nay.
Malloy,
Nay.
Wilhelm.
Aye.
We have a tie.
Aye. Next item on the agenda tonight is unfinished business, returning ordinances and resolutions. The first item is the appeal of Nampa Riverside Water Rights Declaratory Ruling. Mr. Beecham.
A little offended everybody's leaving for my presentation.
We're staying.
Yeah, we're
Because
here.
we have to.
We can.
We're here.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm John Beecham, Public Works Director. That's a pretty quick presentation. I actually gave a staff report on this a month ago and then got some news that brings it back before you today. So, City of Nampa is involved in a water rights dispute in southern Idaho. They would like to take their wastewater from a canal where they're currently discharging it, or from a creek where they're currently discharging it, and reuse it through an irrigation canal. That was decided by Idaho Department of Water Resources to be a allowable thing for them to do. However, an objecting party, a different irrigation district, has appealed that decision to district court. So our question now is if we would like to, in the previous case, we intervened in that matter to show this is an item of statewide interest. It affects the city of Post Falls and our ability to use our reclaimed water in the way we'd like to use it. So the question before us today is, would we like to participate in the appeals process through the court the same way we did the hearing process for IDWR? As a reminder, that hearing cost us somewhere in the neighborhood of $2,500 in legal fees, so not an astronomical expense. And the goals of that were, like I said, to demonstrate this is statewide. It's not just a NAMPA versus a local irrigation district issue. And then really to ensure that reuse is a viable option for us going into the future because our water reclamation plans depend on that. So a couple of steps for discussion. I did authorize our attorney to file a notice of appearance on our behalf. That basically gets our foot in the door for the appeal. We can withdraw that at any point, but I'd like your direction as to whether you'd like our continued participation in that. The financial impact is expected to be similar to that $2,500 or less. It says $5,000 in the staff report. That's probably an upper end cap of where we'd be involved in this. And then if there's any triggers to withdraw, like if it looks like it's getting expensive, if you'd like me to come back and let you know that we've withdrawn or get your input on that. So with that, any direction you have for me would be appreciated.
Well, thoughts? Another possible $2,500. I know that we were pleased with the preliminary ruling.
I think it'd be smart to do it.
Yeah,
I agree.
I'd hate to get down the road. We've made a pretty large investment in being able to reuse our wastewater, and I would not want to get down the road and not be able to do that.
If I might, the reason this is before you is not so much the financial impact as we would be involved in a lawsuit. So we'd be in court, so wanted to make sure you were aware of it.
But we could withdraw at any time?
Yes.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Yep.
Need a motion on that?
Continue.
Sure, I'd appreciate one.
I'd move to authorize the Public Works Department Director to, what do you want to do, John?
Direct the actions of our attorney in this matter and to participate in the lawsuit.
So moved.
The case.
Second.
Motion second. Further discussion. Roll call, please.
Borders.
Aye.
Wolf.
Aye.
Anthony.
Aye.
Malloy.
Aye.
Wilhelm.
Aye.
Thorson.
Aye.
Motion passes. Thank you. Thanks, John. Next item up is the resolution fiscal year 2022 budget.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. The resolution I have before you is a resolution so I can start the advertising and public hearings for the budget. What is listed in the council packet is the actuals from the prior year before, the current year's budget that we have, and then what's proposed. And the resolution that is attached is the highest budget that will, the one we bring back will not be that high. So this is just the high watermark of what we have going, and then just so I can start the advertising process by Idaho code.
Any questions on Jason? Jason?
So moved.
Second.
Motion second. Further approval? Discussion?
I think we need the amount,
Oh, yes, the amount is
118 million.
$118,410,663.
That's it.
Still moved.
Second stand?
Still second.
Further discussion? Roll call, please.
Wolf.
Aye.
Anthony.
Aye.
Malloy.
Aye.
Wilhelm.
Aye.
Thorson.
Aye.
Borders.
Aye.
Motion passes. Thank you. Thanks, Jason. New business, approval to purchase a 2021 Elgin street sweeper. You are not Ross Jerkin.
That is true, I am not.
Junkin, sorry. Mispronounced.
So, as Mr. Mayor has noted, I am John Beecham, Public Works Director, not Ross Junkin, our Maintenance Manager. Ross was coaching Little League. He is here tonight in the chair, but used all of his voice in coaching Little League. Asked me to pitch hit. So, So we can say very nice things about him. He won't be able to acknowledge that. So. We are here requesting a purchase of a new street sweeper or replacement street sweeper. Our existing unit is a 2000 model. Earlier on the agenda, we surplused a 2001 model. We had kept that as spare parts for the one we're looking to replace tonight. There are no longer any viable spare parts or way to replace that 2000 model. So that's why it was surplused earlier in the agenda. I won't read all of this, but in summary, the request is to replace that older model with a new unit. We have 2 street sweepers. We intended to have one very reliable one, purchased a model year 2019 street sweeper. It has been less than reliable, currently in the shop. It was out on the streets for a few days since my last update, but returned to the shop after a few days' work. So we are looking into all of the appropriate remedies for that, trying to get it's actually the truck chassis, not the sweeper itself, that's the issue. So motor issues, turbo issues, that sort of thing. So as I mentioned, our existing street sweeper is less than reliable. This is a quick graph of what we had done to date in 2020 versus 2021. The dark blue shows we had swept everything in the city twice at this time in 2020. And we have swept some of the city once at this point. So we are far behind on spring cleanup, which is not great for roads, frustrating to residents, frustrating to us. And as noted, we are getting regular comments about why isn't this getting done. We do have options other than moving forward with a new sweeper. We could rent one for about $10,000 a month. It's tricky to find one because they're all scooped up pretty quickly, and street sweepers are not a great rental option. They cost a lot of money to maintain, so the rental company ends up not wanting to rent them because it just costs them money. We did look into that. We have not found one, but that's an option if we don't go forward with this purchase, as we would continue to try to rent one. The other thing we can do is, unfortunately, work with what we have, which is the one sweeper. So I do want to present the do nothing approach. With that, we'd be looking for approval to buy this new unit. It's almost $300,000. The way we're purchasing this is a new method that is newly allowed under state code as of a couple of years ago, where we can use cooperative purchasing agreements that have been basically pre-negotiated by a third party and then let public entities piggyback on that, essentially. Was reviewed by legal, so we are above board on our procurement process for it. They happen to have 3 of these units on the way in production, and their existing contract fell short, so it's likely we'd be able to take possession of it within a few months, as opposed to the usual 6 to 9 month build time for these. Funding source says general fund. That's a bit of an accounting anomaly. The expenditure would come out of the general fund from our replacement vehicle general ledger line. That's where replacement vehicles get budgeted. There would be a corresponding transfer from our existing replacement fund asset account that would sort of back fund that purchase into the general fund. So, Shelley, did I say that right?
Yeah, that's pretty close. So we have an asset that we fund every year in an annual line item that allows us to do these replacements.
So although it's unbudgeted, the funds are available, and by transferring it from the replacement fund to the general fund to make the purchase, may have an impact on some future equipment down the road, just depending on whether or not you get another situation like this.
Well, because the one is currently depreciated, this money is in that account for this purchase, so it doesn't really
Replace the
affect
line.
anything.
So that one question I do have for you, it's not the same brand as our newest one, is it?
It is not.
Good, thank you. Joe?
What is the price without the government source well setup?
I think that's in the packet. I think there was a
It is,
breakdown
I
of
can't
it.
remember what it was. I know it's higher, but
3%?
3%.
3% reduction is what I'm being
I
told.
remembered it was higher, just so for everybody listening knows. Thank you.
Any other questions? I would entertain a motion.
I'd move to approve the purchase of a new 2021 Elgin street sweeper.
Second.
Motion second, further discussion. Roll call, please.
Anthony?
Aye.
Malloy?
Aye.
Wilhelm?
Aye.
Thorson,
Aye.
Borders,
Aye.
Wolf.
Aye. Motion passes. Next up is the resolution on land use hearing procedures. Mr. Harrington, I'm assuming that you were going to make the presentation on that. You sent us
I did.
Updated sheet on that.
So good evening, Mayor and Council. We did have some late-breaking news with some sort of last-minute changes, so you are provided with those changes. The original changes I kind of outlined in my staff report. If you want me to go into those, I can. Otherwise, the new changes are basically to account for, we've been having a lot of submissions come in through incorrect email addresses, so addressed to the city administrator or the city clerk or something to that effect. And so we wanted to account for making sure that if testimony does come in via those avenues, that it is improper, and we're going to basically have a blurb that goes back out, redirecting them to these three avenues for submitting written testimony. So we've updated that. It's been moved up to kind of go with the flow of the document, and we've added some language to basically say that written testimony is not required, but it is an avenue, and so people may submit written testimony, but that testimony shall be submitted in these three following ways for it to count. We also changed the amount of days. We've been discussing the 6 calendar days and allowing some later comments to come in, the shorter comments that get read into the record, that sort of thing. And so trying to balance, the large document versus smaller comments. And so instead of these 6 calendar days, we've adjusted that to just be the Friday before the scheduled hearing. And what that will do is it'll allow staff to kind of have a close of business on Friday and make it easier on council to say that this testimony is untimely. It was submitted after the set date. So,
Okay, any questions, Mr. Harrington? I thought there's some good information, some good changes and upgrades to the policy. And again, I like the fact that if comments, testimony come in and are not sent to the appropriate address, person, that they get the blurb back saying, please resubmit too, so we know we now have everything coming in through a channel that we will all will recognize and that we can compile in that one area. So we need a motion to approve.
I move to approve the resolution land use hearing procedures.
Second.
Motion second. Further discussion. Roll call, please.
Malloy,
Aye.
Wilhelm,
Aye.
Thorson,
Aye.
Borders,
Aye.
Wolf,
Aye.
Anthony.
Aye.
Motion passes. Thank you. Thanks, Field. Next up is contract for JUB Engineers for engineering services for Singing Hill Park.
Good evening, Mayor, members of council. Robbie Quinn, Parks Planner, and I'm here seeking council's approval for the contract with JUB Engineers for the design services at Singing Hills Park. So just a quick overview. Singing Hills is kind of, as you can see in this lower image here, located central Post Falls, borders Idaho Street, and then is located south of Pole Line, north of 16th. It's kind of a unique park, being that it has an open space trail system as well as kind of a typical large open field with a playground type of park as well. It's roughly 7.5 acres, and we went through a process with the Park and Rec Commission, and this was kind of deemed as our most viable option to convert to a dog park. And so that's what this engineering services is kind of related to. So the majority of the open space will remain as is, the trail network. That's obviously not where we're going to be putting a dog park. So the dog park will go into the large open field area for a couple reasons. Well, it's located next to parking. There's the least amount of adjacent residences as opposed to some of the open space, and it allows us to maintain those open spaces. There's an existing shelter, playground in place, some mature trees, and existing paths as well. And so this concept, there are two options that were presented to the Park and Rec Commission after they directed us to move forward with this site. This was the one that they approved, again, concept. And so just I'll quickly kind of go over the design. So it's separated into two areas, kind of a large dog is what we're calling it, and then a smaller dog for a few reasons. One, the smaller dogs, some of those owners don't necessarily want their dogs with the larger, although they can if they want to. And it gives us opportunity to kind of close one or the other areas if need be for maintenance reasons, or if there becomes a large wear patterns, we can shut it down for a couple weeks to allow that to kind of rehab. And then one of the other things that we're looking at doing is kind of separating the entrance for the dog park from the playground. So we now will enhance. So up here towards the playground, we're gonna kind of revise the parking a little bit. Currently, it's somewhat of a cul-de-sac, which serves no purpose. And we have already run this by engineering and fire, and they've both approved it. And so what this allows us to do is create more parking, as well as ADA parking adjacent to the playground itself, and then kind of cleans up a dead space parking area that some people park and it just kind of gets in the way. And then again, we're moving the dog park entrance further south and also adding ADA parking down there, so that reduces user conflicts between the playground and dog park users. With this scope, we would also be renovating the playground. This is one of our older parks and older playgrounds, so that was kind of coming up anyway, so we were going to incorporate it with this project so they get new playground equipment, edging, benches, sidewalks, and ADA access. Look at adding shelters into the dog park area for additional shade. Kind of in a central hub, though they would be blocked by the fence, it still allows a little more connectivity and interaction between different users. And then I already mentioned moving the entrance. So JUB's scope would be site survey, site layout, grading, drainage for sidewalks, curbing, the parking, the playground curbing, all the ADA pedestrian ramps, as well as utilities such as the water, electrical, etc. And so the subtotal would be $38,500, and we'd ask for a 5% contingency of $1,925 for a total request of $40,425. This design portion would be out of the general fund, contracts, professional services budget, and then future construction would be paid for out of impact fees and donations. So kind of next steps, we're planning on doing some community outreach for the neighborhood specifically, and then also the greater Post Falls area, where we'll have kind of some inputs as far as the playground design and some of the trail systems and those types of things. We'll look at finalizing the design documents with JUB this fall, and then going into construction. And again, seeking approval for the design contract with JUB. Any questions?
Questions, Robbie? Oh, go ahead.
Any idea what the cost is going to be to construct this?
So we've done some initial estimates based on this concept, and it was around like $700,000.
And where's that money coming from?
Impact fees and donations.
So we've talked about impact fees in the past. Questioned you on this before. is this going to impact the construction of Black Bay or the Tullamore Fields in any way? I know that we kind of set aside that said 1/3 of our impact fees are going to be dedicated to Black Bay and 1/3 was going to go to Tullamore to get those projects done. And then the other third was going to be kind of split up. Is this money going to come out of that other third? I guess my biggest concern is I don't want Black Bay to get delayed.
Sure.
And I don't want Tullamore to be delayed because we keep adding to the.
Yeah, so the Tullamore one was based on the 30%, you know, those timelines that I put together. The Black Bay wasn't, we never really set kind of a percentage towards that one. But as I guess you haven't really seen yet, but we do have that initial phase kind of already designed, and the scope was reduced, so the cost of Black Bay was initially lower than what the actual master plan said it was going to be. As far as the dog park, we do have this budgeted in kind of our future plans to be funded. This is one of the most requested items that we hear about at every public meeting we have, and so it is planned project.
Okay. It looks like Dave's got something to say.
I was just going to say that we have been working on this dog park for quite a while. So this money is set aside. We also have some donations. People have come up front offering money, but until we have the money in hand, I'm not going to count on that. So that becomes, you know.
I mean, we're not talking hundreds of thousands of
Yes, we
dollars.
are.
Donations of $100,000?
Yes.
The dog park?
Yeah. Dog parks are popular.
Yep. You okay?
Shocked.
Yeah. Let me wake up here a minute.
That's, you know, that's kind of like the little biscuit that we give our dogs. It's kind of the.
Okay, just be ready.
Yes.
When you guys come again, I'm going to continue to ask this because I just don't like to see these big projects, Black Bay and of course Tullamore, that we've set aside this money. I don't want these things to get slowed down because we go off and do these other things.
Just as a reminder, we got $200,000 for the animal shelter that was donated to the city. People love animals.
Okay.
And
Saying.
I just keep asking the questions. You guys keep giving me the answers.
And just kind of what Robbie said, and probably when I talk to people, the number one request I get is, when is Post Falls going to have a dog park? And I know Dave and his staff have had 2 or 3 options out there working on it. So, and actually a couple of people actually live in that neighborhood that have talked to me the most, so.
So
I'm
have you
good.
went in that neighborhood and talked to the people?
We have not yet, so that'll be happening this summer.
Okay, yeah, that
Yeah, I
would be
mean,
interesting.
anywhere we put it, there's going to be supporters and people against it. So that, like I was saying, this is kind of our existing parks, the least amount of impact to adjacent neighbors, just because there's only a few that actually.
Well, and it's not like dogs are going to be shooting off fireworks or partying in late at night, so.
Actually, they're one of your quieter parks.
So we need a motion to move this forward if you so desire.
I'd move to approve the contract for engineering services for Singing Hills with JUB Engineers for a total of $40,425, including a 5% contingency.
Second.
Motion second. Further discussion. Roll call, please.
Wilhelm?
Aye.
Thorson?
Aye.
Borders?
Aye.
Wolf?
Okay, for the dogs.
For the dog.
For
Anthony?
the dogs.
Aye.
Loy?
Aye.
Motion passes. Thank you. Next up, parking at Camellan Park. Dave.
Mayor, council, you know, it's always tough to come at the end of a long night, but that's my lot in life. At the last meeting, it was asked that we bring back for council discussion, Camellan Park parking charges and fees. You know, as was reinforced tonight, we're a changing community, and it may be time to look at changes on how we manage Camellan Park. I tried to give you as much background and options as I could think of. I'm sure I missed some in there, but this really is a policy issue. And whatever you folks decide, we will make it work. So at this point, I'm going to shut up. I'm going to let you guys have your discussion. I'll be available for questions.
Who wants to start? It's
I
been a
do.
topic we've had for many years. Go ahead, Linda.
I spent some time with Dave today, and I've spent some time with several citizens over the past couple of weeks about this issue. I would just like to give my perspective. I've driven down there, looked at the cars that are there. Again, spoke to several Post Falls residents in the last couple of weeks. Today was a really slow day, about 2 out of 3 cars down there were Washington plates, and I don't have anything against out-of-state visitors to the parks. I don't have any problem with that. However, I do have a problem with and I'm only told this, I don't know this for my own personal my own personal knowledge. I'm only told this by several citizens, and that is that they have to get up at 7 or 8 o'clock in the morning and go down there to get a parking spot in order to park outside the park where you don't have to pay, and the citizens refuse to pay, and so they want to park on the outside. And I think Carrie and I have talked about this a little bit in the past as well. I feel like the citizens of Post Falls pay for the parks in their tax bill, and they are not charged on any other park in the city. And I feel like the residents of the city of Post Falls should not be charged to park at that park. I also feel like there is no launching fee there. If you call around or look around, and if you've owned a boat or have been around someone who owns a boat, you know that they're very expensive to have and to own, and that people who have boats build those costs into their, times that they're going to take those boats out. I think that we should have a launching fee down there, whether the person parks the trailer there or not. If they're going to launch the boat and they are out of state, I feel like they need to have a launching fee. And, I don't feel like we should have any trouble with the Vista with this situation. I asked Dave for the contract for the lease because a Vista doesn't care that we charge the non-residents twice as much for a yearly pass as we charge the residents. So why would they care if we were charging the non-residents a fee to launch the boats? And really, honestly, I feel like the non-residents should actually have to pay a larger fee to park there than they're paying now. I mean, they're paying $5 for cars, and that's whether you're a resident or not. It just doesn't seem fair. So that's just my spiel.
Who else like to weigh in?
I feel the same way. I don't want to get to the point where we're checking IDs at the door, but it's pretty easy to see a Washington, Oregon plate versus an Idaho plate. So I'm not sure what the legality of that may or may not be.
So the legal department did look into this a little bit. There is we're not a state, we're a city. And so there is some Supreme Court case law on states discriminating against out-of-state for certain activities like hunting licenses and stuff like that. But for a local government, we really have to have a rational basis between the residency classification and the local government interest. And so as a local government, we're collecting taxpayers from the residents of the city. And so it's just something to consider as far as, that collection, does it satisfy that sort of rational basis to assess it against non-residents of the city or non-residents of the state?
Will we get closer to, would it be safer to require it's got to be a Kootenai plate, Idaho with a K?
I as far as like a risk analysis goes, I think that the safest bet is to probably say, resident of the city versus a non-resident of the city.
Show us an ID.
Yeah, then we're checking IDs.
And
Not necessarily.
It's actually easier to check IDs than it is plates. They can't see the plates from the toll booth. So
really?
it's actually easier to check the IDs of the individuals in the car than it is.
And you'll still have people who abuse it, you know, may not be their boat, but they may have a friend. It is what it is.
And Post Falls we're not going to be able to tell whether you're a city resident or you're in Post Falls zip code. And so with your ID, if it says Post Falls, you're basically going to be considered a city resident, unless you want to admit that you're not. But folks will likely not be
Okay.
100% honest on that.
I had an epiphany. Why, because I was fixated on this for so long, why can't you just give a parking pass, free parking pass to anybody who pays a city bill? So for your resident, and then have parking fees down there, and that would be for everyone who doesn't live in the
So
city.
renters don't pay their city bill, and it's paid by the landlord.
And if you give them a
So-
pass, they could pass it on to
That's
someone
what
else.
we pay her the
Photocopy it.
for, is to know all of those.
We could do both. You could do Dave and I talked about this, and maybe if that's your guys' decision, we can figure out the best way behind the scenes on how to administer it, rather than, I know it's after 10 o'clock at night. But we've talked about the little sticker like you get, like when Craig and I launch his boat, we got a sticker that basically allows us to launch in Kootenai County, because there's a Kootenai County sticker that lets us launch. You put that in the window, they check it as you go into Farragut, and they say, yeah, you're okay, go ahead and go through. And so we could do some stuff like that potentially. But again, I think you guys tell us what the policy is going to be, and then we'll come back to you with the best way to administer it.
Steve?
Well, I got a thought. Lynn and I visited a little bit, and Lynn chimed in too, that we're halfway through the season now, so anything we would do probably wouldn't take effect until later in the season. We're
It's a
coming up.
2-week public hearing notice
Yeah,
for
it's
us to
public
change
hearing,
it.
so we're
Next
into
year.
almost next year. We're coming up with all sorts of ideas tonight. I would recommend that we kick it back to the Park and Rec Commission, that they have a workshop. They have the concerns from the council. They can look at our minutes. Dave can pass them on. I agree with Linda completely about the residents and their fee, but we have a Park and Rec Commission that sets policy for the parks, and let them do a workshop on this one subject and come back with recommendations to us and take the input from us and use our volunteers, and then give them a we'd like to have a report back by no later than November 1st.
I think the direction they want is, do we all agree that city residents ought to be in, and non-city residents ought to pay a fee? Are we all nodding our head on that or not?
I am.
I think so.
I am.
But set up, what other policies, they have time to work with the Vista,
I
what we
agree
can
with
do
you, Steve. I don't think
legally.
it's something that's got to get done this
Yeah.
year.
So bring us
Something
back.
that they can work, yeah.
But I'd say just give it back to the Park and Rec Commission and come back with a policy to present to the council.
Linda, I do have to make one comment, though. And it's kind of a funny one, but, you talk about people, boats are expensive and you build it in. Actually, many years ago, probably 20 years ago, had someone come up to me and say, I'm not launching my boat in Post Falls anymore because I can't afford it. And I think it was probably about $3 at the time. I thought you're going to spend more driving into court. Anyway, so some people don't build it in. So, does that give you what you need?
I believe so.
Good. Thanks for all your comments. Next item.
Dave.
Next item up, a citizens issue, and this section of the agenda is reserved for citizens wishing to address the council on a non-agenda item. Anyone wishing to speak, come forward.
Waited a long time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I handed out a handout to someone so that you could see what I was talking about, because I don't think you're all my age and your memory's going to not get there. I think there's 6 copies. But while she's handing that out,
Thanks for your patience tonight.
Howard Burns, 502 South Rocky Point Court. Regarding fees for your boat launching, may I suggest that you establish an annual fee for a sticker that goes on your car and limit how many there are. There's only this many available. They're available at this month of the year. You buy your sticker, and you got to be a resident to get a sticker. But it's only this window is when you buy it. You buy it in January. It's good for the year. There's 2,000 stickers or 5,000 stickers, whatever it is. But you have to prove you're a resident. And then no one's buying them the rest of the year. They get their one shot, and your workload is less.
Did you catch that, Dave?
Bring that up to the Park and Rec.
Dave got
So,
it.
I'm here to ask the question. And as a sidebar, I listened to the whole discussion today, and I heard a whole lot of citizens in here who just felt like they didn't know enough about this project. So as a sidebar to that, if Mr. Schneidmiller's plan to show that he had 55 and older community and everything else had been available for people to see, you might have had a much shorter hearing. There might have been people, I had no idea from what I saw in the plan that any of that was part of it. So it would have been nice if that had been developed more before it came to hearing. On that corner of the comprehensive plan, which was discussed, and the fact that you'd had people come, I never heard about the comprehensive plan hearings. And so my question to you tonight, and I don't know if you can answer it, is how a master plan community that was approved, in place, existing, can change on your master plan from one year to another and get overridden by the comprehensive plan. So the Foxtail master plan, it's been out there, it's being developed, it's happening, and suddenly in the comprehensive future use land use plan, which you'll see, there's a section for multifamily and business commercial. Poof! How can that happen? It was an existing approved master plan, and the comprehensive plan suddenly shows, let's have new zoning, much denser. So I only ask you, investigate what's going on in your own city, because that shouldn't happen. And I don't know if it happens elsewhere, but if you've got an approved master plan, that's the plan. It shouldn't change. Thanks.
Thanks, sir. And again, thank you for your patience tonight. It was a long one.
That's pretty epic.
Jen?
We have one from the internet from William Van Valkenburg. This is a reminder that something needs to be put in place to keep any more three-story complexes from being built adjacent to or directly across the street from single-family residents. There are places for these monstrosities not next to someone's home. No one wants these in our neighborhood. It is the equivalent of building a 45-foot box around someone's home. We lose light, all views, and privacy. Please consider the rights of the current residents.
Thank you. Anyone else? Seeing none, next is administrative staff reports.
We're good.
Thank you. Mayor comments. I'm commented out. Council comment.
I'm good.
I do have one.
Make it quick.
God help us. I mentioned this to Shelley a week or so ago. It just came to my attention, brought to my attention, that our individual email addresses are no longer on the website. You know how we get our email from, they send it in and Shannon or Rhiannon sends us this thing. And it happened sometime in 2020.
Yeah, it was removed in early 2020 during COVID.
Yeah, I don't know how y'all feel about it, but I would like the public to be able to individually contact us. Not that they can't find our phone number somewhere, but I want my city email on the website that anyone can individually contact the mayor or any city council. So we're getting group emails. That's the only way now. If somebody goes on the website, it's just a group.
So right now, yes, we have contact forms out on the website, and people choose where those are going to go to, whether it's mayor and council, the parks department, the police
Right.
department, whoever that goes to. It's all allocated into SharePoint so we can see what all the citizen comments are. It's used quite regularly, and the comments coming to mayor and council, Rhiannon sends those to you. And I told Carrie I'm fine with putting the individual. I don't really remember the reason why they came off 100%.
I think there's so much junk out there. I mean,
It was
we were
just a
getting
bunch of stuff
on.
going
It
on,
was
and so
awful.
they were pulled off, but I don't have any issue with putting the individual email addresses back out there. I do prefer that what we had happening with the mayor and council when it was going out as a group is you guys were individually answering the person, and not all the answers were the same, so it's nice to have that. If they want to talk to the entire mayor and council as a body, have that come through Rhiannon so that she can send it to you and you know it's coming to the full mayor and council. And if there's any legal advice to be provided, it can be provided in that email.
That's, yeah,
So when I respond, if we get stuff and I respond, I will always bounce it off Shelley and legal to make sure that if it's a position of the city, that it's been vetted through the proper channels. And the concern I have, and I have no problems if you guys want your emails out there. I mean, I like it the way it is because Rhiannon lets me know when I need to respond to someone, and I do. But remember that if you respond, and if I respond without having checked with legal and Shelley, that's not necessarily the position of the city. That could be just my opinion. And I think it needs to be stated that this is just my opinion that I'm responding to. But again, you folks decide what you want to do. I'm perfectly comfortable the way it is because I get plenty of emails and I respond to those that I need to.
Well, I have always, in responding, and I would imagine that all of us are, might be tired, but we're all adults. I know what I don't know. And so if I would get personally an email from a citizen asking me a question, or having a concern or a complaint or whatever, I just would respond and say, I'm going to forward your email to the chief of police or to the city administrator or whomever. Let me know, in a day or two.
Perfect.
Yeah, and I've been doing that for like a dozen years, and so I just didn't realize.
And usually if you do that, the ones I've gotten from individuals, I normally then send that out to the full mayor and council, just so you guys know that there's been contact made. I don't get a ton of those, but on occasion, I know Carrie and Joe has sent some emails. Sometimes they go to Warren and not me because it's more of a legal matter, but we do, if it's something that an individual has contacted an individual council member and it's good legal information, we feel like the whole council should have it, then we share
Right.
it out there.
Yep.
But I think in the accessibility, in this particular point in time, I think that this just kind of gives the appearance of.
If you want your emails, personal emails out there.
The other consideration, just to add on to sort of our hearing procedures and stuff, and Mr. Anthony's phone call earlier and stuff like that, with that, you may get unsolicited information, ex parte contacts.
Welcome to my world.
Ex parte contacts about an upcoming hearing or something like that, which then you'd have to disclose and stuff like that. So just
And
another
we can put a
consideration.
note on the website, above your email addresses, just stating if this is a land use matter, to please use the appropriate emails. Not to say that they still
I
won't.
just don't know that it's been an issue.
Well, to me, it's cleaned it up tremendously because of all of them that we were getting, that I was
Don't
getting.
put Ron's on there.
That's right. So, but if the rest of you want to, that's absolutely fine.
Doesn't matter to me.
Especially those form letters, we were getting millions of those, holy smokes.
And Rhiannon does, on the ones that go to the group emails, we get a lot of solicitations on those, and we don't forward those on.
It's interesting because I check my city emails on I've got a laptop or a notebook, I've got my phone, I've got my iPad, I'm always checking them, and I don't know if I can say this, I get more crap on my city email
Yeah.
than I get on I think I've got 7 email accounts.
Yeah,
and
yeah,
the
so
worst
do
one
I.
get.
So do I.
So to me, when they actually email that particular centralized, it's great, because I don't have to delete it, but whatever anybody wants.
The other
don't
stuff
care.
I just delete.
Yeah. Any other comments?
I have one.
Go ahead,
It's
Al.
kind of on the same line. As far as our website, I've been very frustrated myself with trying to find information on our website. If you pull up postfalls.org, there's a search box, you type comprehensive plan in that, you don't find anything. I don't know what it would take to.
So we just recently had this conversation at our department head meeting, and Stephanie and I met probably 3 weeks ago talking about updates to the website and what we can potentially do with it to make it more user-friendly. So we will potentially be coming back to you with some changes to the website or.
Pull the council and email us individually.
I can't do that, but okay.
Any other comments?
I was just gonna make one laugh. I was having breakfast last Saturday morning and there was a vehicle caught on fire where they're remodeling the old timbers into North Idaho Physical Therapy. And I want to compliment the police department. You guys were there so fast and had all the roads blocked off, so when the fire department came, they could go right in and get it out. But that thing, there's some pretty good explosions. They were construction workers, and that whole timbers building could have went up in a hurry. But your guys were, I was one of those looky-loo guys in the crowd there looking, so, but you guys were right there. Everybody complimented how fast the police department was, because it was a pretty good crowd. So tell your guys, whoever's on duty, did a great job of protecting all the vehicles and the people coming in.
Thank you. And thank you all, staff, council, for an extremely long meeting. I know planning and zoning had a few that were this long, but they usually had like 3 or 4 public hearings. We only had 2. So thanks for your patience and your endurance. And hopefully this is not a repetitive thing and the meetings are more normal hours. So with that, the next motion is? Adjourn. All those in favor?
Aye.
Adjourn.
Email on North Fortune.